It sucks that we missed that whole conversation on bones, though.
Especially for the people just tuning into that, because inevitably it starts broadcasting as soon as you say something non sequitur.
Yep. I was
I
thinking
have,
it was gonna be like, as long you can replace my bones with sweet robot bones, as long as I can still write fan fiction. But
I mean, that's probably the 22nd century, if we're being honest. I also just appreciate the fact that you once again forgot to set yourself up to be rich.
now I'm just setting us up to get Rumi some new bones.
Oh.
I
And,
mean, that is wealth in a sense. Anyone playing Fate Grand Order knows the value of getting more bones than you needed.
That's fair. That is very fair.
So yeah, we're on episode 30 because we've been doing this for a while now.
so many.
Yeah, since I don't actually say the name ever, it's Fate Dreams End. The Dreams End part will matter at some point when we get there. I promise it's not just random. Just because we're 30 episodes in and I haven't explained it doesn't mean I won't ever explain it. We're going at our own pace.
You could just throw random words in there and it would still work.
It would still probably sound like Fate. It's true. There are a lot of Fate titles that don't make any sense. I would still argue that Stay Night means nothing, and that's the big one. So here we are. Yeah, so we're on number 30. I'm not recapping the entire game, but for the purposes of this session, I'll say that after your whole Lupin Mansion fiasco, you went back to the hotel. Everyone got some much-needed sleep. Some attunement occurred to Golden Fiddles. A little bit of information was shared about how the entertainment industry is run by a dead apostle, or at least a big part of it. Jameson has an existential crisis on the corner by himself. Penelope got to meet up with her mentor, Vivi, who was in town. She offered to show the lot of you around Clock Tower, should you wish to check it out later. Some plotting began on that front. Anise and Derek decided that they really wanted to go get in a fight because they were ready for a fight last night and didn't get one. And that reminded you that you're going to go help out the association and the Goliaths to go take on the Harvesters, who've taken at least one of the Goliaths. And in general, they're bad people. So you know what? It's time to put a stop to that nonsense. You went back to the Chinese restaurant where you got your bag of holding, found out that most of the association people decided they did not really care anymore now that they'd gotten what they were looking for from the Lupin party. So really, you're reduced to just Richard and the Goliaths as your backup, but you brought enough of a party that I think you'll be okay. You rummaged around in the back room until you eventually found a secret entrance to an underground area that looks like it's an old and no longer in use train system under Paris. So you followed the tracks for a little bit. You found a few traps, some more clever than others. Ultimately, after going for a bit, you ran into two of the other Goliaths who came in from a different entrance under another Chinese place, showing that these are all connected. And one of the new Goliaths, Keg Tapper, informed you that apparently nearby in an abandoned trading station is where the Harvesters or some group of people seem to be hanging out and doing stuff. So you've all decided that it's time to look into that a little bit further. More stuff happened. If anyone's curious, these are all on YouTube. Go check it out. I found them to be entertaining when listening to them, and I was present for them and provided at least a third of the sound, so that's something. Enough time goes by between sessions that I forget, and then I laugh at stuff the second time. So that's always nice.
We lost for a second.
Oh no. Do you have me back? Because that was just recap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, for the references of anyone tuning in the future, we're operating under slightly different recording conditions right now, so bear with us. We are fighting the internet itself. So you'll probably get some noise in the background. You'll probably occasionally get moments where we pause, make sure everyone's still there, etc., etc. Welcome to the 21st century. This is how it works. At least it's better than 2005, which is the present for the characters in the game who suffer from even worse internet.
I mean, it is true.
They're in the good old days of getting your anime from IRC.
No.
Oh, yeah. back when Crunchyroll was still illegal. Good times. Yeah, look that up. Anyway, I think I've recapped stuff. There's a few clarifications that I want to make that I noticed since the last session. So if anyone happens to be super picky and paying really close attention to details, I have since the last session leveled up Johnny, because Johnny was chronically understated for her level. So she is no longer likely to just die if you stare at her. She has a little more HP. She doesn't have her spells, so that's sad. But she's less likely to just roll over, so that's good. In fact, the Goliaths also have a little bit more HP than before because I calculated them wrong. So, yay sheet audits. Never be afraid to do it. Also, I didn't show you their pictures before, but I do have pictures of the Goliaths, so I'm going to dig those up now. They're just pickaroos, but you know what? That's how I make all of them, because I can't draw. And I will also make an appearance correction. So I grossly misquoted how tall they were before. They're actually each a foot taller than what I said the last time, because I forgot just how freakishly tall Goliaths are. So as I show you their pictures, assuming I can find them, which window am I in? The fun of Fantasy Grounds is the game of which window am I in. So up front, we're going to start out with this lady, who I said had dark hair before. That was incorrect. She has blonde hair. So this is Krieger Bike Wielder Valorgraga, who gained her title, apparently, from beating a troll to death with a motorcycle, which we respect. She is, in fact, 7 feet 6 inches tall. I previously quoted 6.5 feet tall, so no, she is 7'6". A little more detail because you can kind of see it a little better now. She has a big, scary sword on her back. It's like a great sword. It's very much two-handed, very much. A normal person would have a very difficult time wielding this sword, but for her, it looks almost like a normal person's sword. So fun times. Not pictured in the art, because why would they have this as a pickaroo preset? She's actually got another weapon slooped over her left shoulder. Sort of diagonal opposite the sword. It is a long piece of metal that looks kind of like a pipe because, you know, when the party sees a little bit closer, it is in fact the tailpipe of a motorcycle with which she beats things. Understandably not in pickaroo. But, yeah.
I mean, that's glitter talk.
It's true. I could have probably photoshopped it in. I've certainly done enough other edits because I promise you all these facial markings are also not in pickaroo. So, you know. So that's her. She's big and she is not afraid of bear traps and will continue to walk while they're on her, mostly annoyed by what they do to her boots. So, she's cool. And our other fun new NPC is over here, and this is what he looks like. Bearing in mind he's even taller than she is. So, he's all friendly. This is Torben Kegtapper Weilergraga. He is towering over everybody at 8 foot 2 inches tall. So he's in fact more than twice as tall as Penelope is. And he's like 2 1/4 VVs tall or something. I don't know. Like, the math is terrible. But he's big. He's a big tall boy. And he, as you can tell from the art, he's bald. He's really cheerful. He's the one who called back to you when you yelled out, and he's the one who started doing a bit of exposition. He identifies himself as the cleric of the group, and for the most part seems pretty happy to just roll with whatever's going on. He's way more talkative. Both of them together look like they'd fit in better in like a biker bar. If anyone is just listening to this because it's on in the background and you're looking for some idea of it, if you've seen the original Highlander movie, think of the modern day version of the Kurgan, who's like this ridiculously tall, bald biker dude, but with, you know, less scars. Fun fact, that man went on to voice Lex Luthor in cartoons. So, there you go. I am full of useless knowledge. But yeah, so those are your two new Goliath friends. I'm going to leave their pictures up for a moment because we're currently between maps. But, yep, they're here. They are new. As a recap for exactly how big the party currently is, I'm going to open up for the stream the combat tracker. This giant
Oh,
list of
snap.
friends. Look at all that. So you got Anise and Penelope, of course. You've got Hemlock just chilling down there with 3 HP, trying not to die, which is respectable. You've got Johnny, who seems to always be right behind Penelope. You got our 3 Goliaths now, because Whisperhex is also there. You've got Derek walking around, trying to look heroic to variable degrees of success. And you've got Richard from Clock Tower Policies, who, for the most part, is trying to be a better person. We'll see how that works out long term, but he's trying by helping out these Goliaths, even though it's not the mission anymore. And you've got Vivi, who's 3.5 feet of unstoppable bard halfling power, who
Pure chaos.
is responsible for all kinds of things, like trolling the church by posting holy grails all over Craigslist so that they have to investigate them per their own rules, and sharing tons of gossip about what's going on in Clock Tower without actually being prompted to do so. So, you know, as you do. So I'm just going to leave that little combat tracker up there for anyone tuning in later so that you can get a sense of what all's going on in this party. Ignore the order because those numbers haven't been reshuffled since we were in a party that had like 40 things on it. That's irrelevant. I think I've covered everything that matters. So we can just hop right back in. If anyone has any questions, go for it. Otherwise, yeah.
I'm good.
Yep.
That's a double. We're good.
Excellent. So in that case, since he's the one who mentioned it before, we will pick things up with our good friend Torben Kegtapper by Lagraga, because Goliath words. Okay, so as I said before, there are lots of people. They are back that way. I personally think that we could probably sneak in if we feel the need. Craig, I hear, is of the opinion that sneaking is for people who are worried about what happens if they're caught. I think that we should probably be a little bit more sneaky, if only so that she hits them harder when she gets there. None of us are rogues. We'll definitely defer to the plan. I guess, Whisperhex, you're in charge, right? Wait, is anyone else here in charge? I don't know the dynamic yet. Looks over this giant group of people.
Isn't anyone really in charge? Anise, you're in charge.
I mean, I guess.
I do believe she puts the boss and boss-ass bitch.
I'd be okay with Whisperhex being in charge. For now.
Thank you for your kind consideration. What voice is that? Oh my god, it's been a week. I just crossed like 3 accents into something completely wrong. Oh boy, this is going to be a fun session. Okay.
Well, if we did need to sneak, I do have a spell for that. That was weird. That was a weird accent for me.
Oh, we're all having fun tonight.
I have
Ladies
a
and
spell that
gentlemen,
will make
we're not
us...
voice actors.
I have a spell that can make us a little more stealthy. We could also send the less stealthy ones out to make a distraction, and the more stealthy ones can go try and find the person we're looking for.
I appreciate that as a possibility. How many did you say that there were? Oh, I couldn't tell. I really more heard the noise and saw lots of lights. Based on the noise, I'd say there were probably at least like 8 or 10 of them. I don't know. They were not being quiet. I couldn't actually see because they, have closed doors, but light gets through. It's not exactly an airtight sewer. I could probably sneak in.
Okay.
I could probably sneak in ahead. I am very stealthy, he says, wearing his yellow scarf.
We could send my bird, and I can see through his eyes, if necessary.
I can also sneak in. I'm also pretty stealthy.
That is true.
In my sequence.
Yes. None of us really dressed for this, did we?
In all defense, I think we were dressed for going to a Chinese restaurant.
You know,
That
it's
is true.
Well, I'm game to see where this goes.
Yeah.
Well, we try sneaking in, and then if we're caught, we just do violence.
I like this plan. This is good plan. It has what I want. It has what she wants. Everybody happy.
I'm not about the violence as much, but
It's
No,
okay.
oh,
If
we-
successfully sneaky, only half violence.
You know, we don't have to do violence. We can put them to sleep or incapacitate them, charm them.
I'm very good at that.
You are.
So are we going to send in the bird first? Or do you want to send in a team of the sneaky people?
You said that there were closed doors, so we'd need to open the doors for Hemlock to go in the first place.
There are small places that you could probably fit. This is Hemlock, right? Points at the monk.
No, look up on his head. That's Hemlock.
Oh, I see. Is little sneaky bird. Yes, that makes sense. Yes, if Sneaky Bird could easily sneak in, I'm sure. There's lots of things in the top. Like, it's big station, I think. There's broken windows, all kinds of stuff higher up. It just might be difficult to climb.
Okay, so I'm okay with sending in Hemlock to do a little bit of reconnaissance, and then we can either sneak in or just run in and do violence. Whichever works.
Sounds good to me. The group seems to sort of nod, like, in various voices that I'm not going to do all of in rapid succession.
Oh, really? What?
Oh.
Boo.
I think we could do that. I think that's fine. Yes, this sounds like a good plan. Okay, so I think that's probably the correct thing to do. I am fine with the violence. All right, I think that sounds like a perfectly reasonable course of
Oh
action.
my god, no. What have we done? What violence have we wrought?
We left Jameson at the hotel. Oh, it's Richard that's with us. That's
Yeah,
right.
Richard is not saying anything. He's just watching this play out.
Okay.
You okay with that, Richard? You didn't say anything.
Oh no, by all means, I'm not in charge of this rodeo. I'm perfectly happy to see where this goes. I'm just hoping that we're successful. So long as I don't step in a bear trap, I'm going to count it as a win.
All right. So, I guess, lead the way, Mr. Keg Tapper.
Good, this is his way. Let's go. And he does walk you back in the direction that you came from. You'll notice as you're going down similar traps to the ones that you encountered, but rather than being like stealthily disabled, they look like they were more just smashed in. You saw a similar thing to the bear trap that was next to an electrical cable connected to a battery, like a jumper cable. The battery is smashed into the area that the bear trap was in before. So it seems quite possible that rather than stepping in the bear trap, something was thrown and the bear trap sort of hopped up and pinched rather than fully latched onto her leg. Comedy ensues. As you go a little bit further down the tunnel, you can start to see what they were talking about because you can see some light sources ahead. It's not strictly a tunnel of occasional streetlights or anything anymore. You're actually noticing that the tunnel is getting larger, like it's taller, much more closer to the surface. Like you could probably get a phone signal here a lot easier than you could earlier on. And yeah, eventually you come up to some pretty big doors, and the doors themselves look very firmly closed, but above the doors there's a little glass window that seems to have a hole in it, like someone maybe threw a brick or a rock or something through it at one point.
You know, as you do.
Yeah. Like in
So,
general, this is in horrible disrepair. It's clear that no one's used this properly in a very long time.
Yeah, yeah.
You can also
Well,
see
point
some
up at the
things
window.
on the ground that show that things have been drug back and forth down this path. Looks like boxes, maybe.
I'll point up at the window and tell Hemlock to go fly on through. But make sure he doesn't, catch himself on glass or anything.
Okay. So Hemlock is gonna go flying up, which means I get to add Hemlock to a map.
We get a map.
You get a map. Let's add Hemlock to a map. Now we get to find out if the game is going to let Hemlock function properly. As is always the secret. Alright. Hemlock
Sorry.
vision.
Don't image the arse.
Oh yeah, I do still have that pinned. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, okay.
What was
I thought
that?
I unpinned. Oh,
So
image the Arsene Lupin estate,
Oh,
but
yeah.
it abbreviates to image the Ars.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Clear slot. I've still got the kimono also. Clear that.
Alright.
Cool.
So let's scroll down. I made the window too big. I'm a fool.
Oh, so if it's been behaving, but if Discord does keep dropping the call, we might switch it to your laptop.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Just to see if that makes any difference.
Yeah.
As a precaution. / adaptation. Okay, so let's drag Hemlock in, and we will see if this Hemlock token does what Hemlock is supposed to do. Where are you at, Hemlock? Oh, that's why, because Hemlock's not on the combat tracker. Oh, yeah, he's at the bottom. I'm a fool.
A fool.
He's hanging out at the bottom where it's safe. I respect that. Alright, let's see if this works. Boop. And I will share the map with you.
What would happen?
Ah, map. Map.
And then I will add Merlin to the map so that the audience can see it.
Oh no, I can't see.
Oh no,
Wow.
it's hidden Merlin.
Yeah. She didn't even
There we go. Ooh. Ooh.
spooky.
Can you
Oh,
see
this
it?
is cute.
Yeah. It's very big.
It's quite large. Oh, please. Ooh. Absolutely, 100%.
Get out of there, Merlin.
Get out of here, Merlin. We don't want you here.
Alright,
Thanks,
let's
Merlin.
see how well you can see, and then I'll ditch Merlin somewhere else. Okay, so if I'm looking at this correctly, you can see the light sources in the room.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's stash Merlin somewhere. I don't know where. Merlin, you're
So-
now in this wall. Deal with it.
Just throw Merlin in the trash. It's fine.
I mean, he's as close to the trash as I can get him.
I love how in the when he was originally introduced to the Arthur mythos, it was like he is the son of the devil.
I mean, he's an incubus in fate, so we're getting there.
Close enough.
But yeah, so you've got some Hemlock vision in here. So I'm gonna
Sweet.
describe the room as Hemlock sees it.
Oh,
So
seems I can't actually move him.
probably the usual thing of having to assign the ability to move on maps.
Ah,
Oh.
All right,
now I can
so
move him.
before Hemlock wanders too far, I'll describe it, and then you can decide how you want to move around. So,
Okay.
what you can see in this room as Hemlock is that it is obviously a very big room that was once a train station of sorts. There are a number of light sources in here, but it's mostly dark as a room. The light sources seem to be coming from a lower area because you're on an elevated platform. As mentioned, the tunnel that you followed to get here got closer to street level.
We lost you for a second. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna unplug the
Yeah,
mic.
we're gonna switch our Discord connection.
Okay.
So do I need to hang up?
Hold on. All right. I'm gonna join the call. All right. Okay.
Do.
Calibrate that.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Science. The
Okay.
wonders of modern technology.
Technical difficulties.
All right, say something.
I'm here.
Okay, you're there.
Yep.
All right, cool. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Hold on 1 second. Do you like my icon? It's very cute.
Wow, I have no idea who that could be.
It's yeah.
What kind of
some-
charming halfling bard could that be?
Some obscure artist. It's fine.
You're not narrowing it down nearly enough.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. All right, I'm doing.
You okay over there?
I'm testing the mic stuff really quick to make sure I don't screw it up.
Well, you sound good.
Thanks, I try. Okie dokie. All right, so I'm minimizing Discord. We'll see how this works.
Modern science?
Yeah. Also, I hope you don't get like some weird reverb from my laptop.
Hopefully not. We'll find out.
Yeah.
You sound good for
hooray.
now.
Cool.
All right, we good?
I think so.
All right.
Okay. So, as Hemlock flying in, you can see that this is an elevated area. As mentioned, you were getting closer to the street before. So you're high up overlooking what appears to be a junction place for at least 3 train tracks. You can see lighting on 3 trains below you, showing that 3 of them are being loaded up. You don't see any people from where you're at now, but you can, as Hemlock, I don't remember if you can hear or not. I think you can just see.
I can check.
Let's make sure, because I don't want to throw too much off either way. It's been so long.
It's been a while.
Is it under actions?
I think it would just be under the Find Familiar spell. So I'll check. Because rather than giving them their own section, 5e just put it all in a spell.
What are we looking for?
You can see through your familiar's eyes and hear what it hears. Okay. Yep.
Oh, cool.
Yep, you can do that. Just wanted to make sure. All right, so yeah, as Hemlock, you can hear that there are some people talking. You can also hear a bit of noise. Like, it's clear that these trains are not just sitting here abandoned, they're actually on. And you can hear the sounds of people rummaging about downstairs. From your limited visibility, there are some light sources at the bottom, and you can kind of make out on the edges some people moving boxes onto these trains. But you can't see them in great enough detail that I'm going to throw tokens on the map yet. You just know that there's some motion down there.
All right. So I'll tell Hemlock to fly up closer to the ceiling, and I
Okay.
will start flying around.
Okay. You are welcome to fly around freely because nobody's
Do
paying
I see?
attention.
Does he see the giant letters for Patreon? I'm kidding.
Yes, Hemlock is very considerate of where the maps come from, and there will be a link to this if you would like this map posted with the YouTube videos, because I try really hard to be diligent about that. I will never crop someone's Patreon notes. That feels like a jerk thing to do.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I will always link to them. In fact, I've linked to every pit crew as well. I think Catherine's pit crew has gone away because it wasn't there last time I checked it. But other than that, I think all of them still work. So yeah, you're swooping around a little bit, then I'm going to start showing you some stuff. So as Hemlock is flying around in here, you can get a better view of what's going on down there.
I revealed the whole map.
Which is the power of a familiar. Okay, so flying around, you can see there are actually a bunch of people like getting on and off of trains and walking around. So let's start making them visible. I hope you enjoy the combat tracker because it's about to have more things on it.
All right. So here's my predictions for who we're about to see.
Oh, no, go ahead. I want to hear your predictions first.
Okay.
Our favorite harvesters.
Yeah, we're gonna see Leopold and Elias, and we're just gonna throw them in the dumpster again. We're gonna see Kay and I don't remember the other guy's name.
Elias.
No, the
No.
other guy, the one
Aiden?
who couldn't speak English. That doesn't really narrow it down.
Yeah, Kay and Aiden would be
Aiden.
the two that you saw at
Aiden,
Leopold's party.
yeah. And then randomly, we're gonna see
Well, the Goliath we're looking for, hopefully.
yeah, we're gonna see the Goliath, and then we're gonna see the big bad.
The big bad.
Who is it? The big bad.
We're gonna see Gilgamesh.
We're gonna see Kirtsugu and Gilgamesh having a party. Fine.
I would be really impressed if you saw Kirtsugu in 2005.
Yeah, that's a way to say that.
Look, I remember when people were still trying to determine what they were going to call that decade, and one of my friends really thought it was just going to be the aughts. He was very adamant about that. Okay, let's just add a whole bunch of people and see where they end up.
We're gonna see evil Anise and Penelope.
I mean, you might.
Janice?
Merlin.
Yeah, we're gonna see Merlin.
We're gonna see Janice and Nellie.
No, Nellie was. That's.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
No,
Shoot.
I don't remember what we came.
Penny? No.
We came up with a name for evil Penelope, and I don't remember. Ah!
Did you disappear?
No, can you?
You're kind of
Hello?
cutting in and out on me.
Okay, hold on. I think I know why, because I haven't fixed that setting in here yet.
Okay.
But,
well, while you do that, I'm
I'm-
going to populate the map.
Yeah.
Ellie. That was the evil name we came up with.
Although that works because my screen name is Zippy Ellie.
Exactly.
Oh no, I'm
it checks
evil
out.
Penelope.
Oh,
Oh, it's these guys again. Fuck these guys. Don't fuck these guys. They don't deserve it.
oh, and then this guy.
Okay. Okay, can you still hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, cool. I made an adjustment, so hopefully when I start like crying and laughing again, we don't lose the audio. Because that is definitely what was happening, because I saw a certain somebody
Yeah.
and started laughing hard enough that I think I broke the audio.
Oh, that would do it.
Outside where Anise is probably holding on to Penelope's shoulder.
I
She
thought
just
she was holding Derek's hand.
that too.
Like a nerd.
You know what? Shoulder on and hand in the other. Anise has two hands. She just starts laughing. Like, Penelope, you're not going to believe who's in there.
Is it? I don't know. Do I get 3 guesses?
Sure.
Okay.
I can't hear you. I don't know how I just responded.
You know, I always forget that she can't hear me. And I keep responding to her when she does this to me.
Hint number 1. They're all little bitches.
You're gonna have to narrow it down.
Hint number 2. I picked up one and hit him with the other.
No!
Hint number 3. It's our favorite harvesters. And then I'll just tell
That's
Hemlock
not
to
even
come
a
back.
hand. You just told me.
I'll just tell Hemlock to come back.
Oh no. I told them to find new jobs. Did they listen to me? No. Of course they didn't. Why would they listen to me?
Are you...
Oh god,
Did we
you
lose you?
guys?
No, I'm still here. I'm just listening
Okay,
to
good.
you guys actually roleplay.
you
Okay, so
I'm
now
like
I've populated the map with the
paranoid.
things that you can see
Oh,
floating around.
those are fun.
So
Oh,
yeah,
no.
from what you saw with Hemlock flying around, it would appear that your 2 harvester guys are at the foot of the stairs, and 2 people very unhappy with them are up at the stairs looking down on them, while everyone else that you saw from the night before is sort of wandering around on their own, trying not to be noticed, as the two people at the bottom of the stairs are getting chewed out pretty hard. And also, three big, kind of scary looking dudes are doing the actual labor of lugging big boxes and dropping them on these trains. They don't seem very happy with their lot in life. They are not human. They are definitively larger than human.
Are they Goliaths?
They are larger than Goliaths.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll have Hemlock perch somewhere safe near the door, and I will come back from Hemlock Vision.
Did you stick around long enough to listen to anything, or?
Maybe I would have had him stick around long enough to hear a little bit of the conversation.
Okay. Yeah, Hemlock can hear of the people that are on the stairs, and I'll zoom in for the people at home on the map. So there are two people up there. There's a woman and a man. They both absolutely look like the people in the little token art. They're kind of punk looking. They almost look like they escaped from like Danganronpa or some nonsense. But yes, the woman at the top of the stairs in particular is yelling at the both of them and venting about the fact that they had to pull some strings to get this lot of idiots out of jail when they couldn't even bring in a halfling. And that they're going to have to work their asses off real hard right now, or they're going to be replaced, and they don't like the retirement package. And when she says that, she tilts her head towards the three giant things that are begrudgingly loading the trains. Give me a Hemlock perception check.
Perception. Oh, hey, he's actually good at that.
And how?
Ooh. Get it, buddy.
All right. So Hemlock notices a few things while flying around as well. So first of all, these big things that are lugging stuff around, they are wearing collars that they don't seem to be enjoying. Like, they'll occasionally fidget with them and then let out a little and then get back to work. I guess Anise can try to identify them if she would like to use her own brain for that. Be like an Arcana check.
Arcana?
Yeah.
Nope.
I mean, you've heard stories of big things. These sound like big things. They're not something that you've actually seen personally. So. And then getting back to Hemlock. Hemlock also notices that at that door under the window where Hemlock flew in, it seems like you can't see it on the map, but there's a door that opens inward. And there seems to be something stuck on the door that might be preventing someone from opening it.
Like a physical thing, a spell?
It looks like a physical thing. Like there's some kind of bar that's holding it in place, but the bar doesn't actually stretch across the doorway.
Okay. Cool. So I will have Hemlock perch somewhere safe, and then I will come back from Hemlock Vision and relay all of that to the group. So our favorite harvesters are back. Seems like their bosses are very mad at them. They've got these three big creatures doing labor for them. It seems like it's forced. They've got some kind of collars they don't appreciate wearing. There's a bar across the door, so we can't open it without doing something about that. Yeah, I think that just about covers it. The three big creatures, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 harvesters.
Oh, good. I love that.
I mean, we know 2 of them can barely fight, so really it's more just like 5 harvesters.
Okay. But
did you see any Goliaths?
No, I did not see them.
Okay.
However, based on previous experience, I think we can probably get at least one of the harvesters tell us what we need to know through various means, probably by charming him or by scaring the shit out of the other one.
At this point, Keg Tapper sort of sits back and he stifles a laugh. He's like, "You have beaten their asses before?
Twice.
Beautiful, beautiful. Then they should understand the powers of three. It's good comedy. Rule of three is important. We appreciate that. So you say big. Do you mean like?" And he sort of points to Penelope. "On a scale of amazingly powerful little friend to me, how big we talking?"
Well, like 2 of you.
Oh,
They're
that's
very
not
big.
good. That's a big.
But, and I mean, I don't know this for sure, but if we get those colors off of them, they may turn against the harvesters, or at least not try to kill us. Maybe. If I had to guess, I'd say that's probably how the harvesters are actually controlling them. Or maybe they just don't like the collars and they're itchy, who knows?
At the mention of these collars, Bike Wielder spits on the ground. It's disgusting. Well, I can open the door, but it will be loud. She moves to go to open the door. Hold on. Maybe someone else should open the door.
I mean, we can sneak.
Yes, but we'd either need a way of... Hemlock can't do it. We need a way of getting the bar off of the door so that we can open it quietly. Or we just bust down the door and run in and don't even try and sneak.
Okay, so how on the door was the bar? Was it like bolted in place, or was it like just kind of leaning up against the door, like casually, or is it more of a
So
like...
the bar that was on the door didn't actually expand far enough to touch either side of the wall around the door. It seemed to just be affixed to the door.
So it may not even be blocking the door.
Well, it's like a double door and it has a bar across the 2 doors.
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't describe that well before. Yeah, it's
all good.
It seems to just be holding the 2 doors closed to each other.
It's the kind of thing where you can lift it up, though.
Presumably.
How did Hemlock get in again? It was
the
through a window, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How big was that window?
It's probably about 1 to 2 feet of broken glass through it, and the window itself is probably like maybe 5 or 6 feet across. It's an archway that goes over like a 10-foot wide door. Just the hole isn't as big as the entire thing.
You said it would be hard to climb up there, though.
I mean, it would be a challenge. Like, you could certainly try to. It's just acknowledging that when you get up there, the hole in it is only like a foot or so across.
Gotcha.
Ooh.
Does anyone happen to have Mage Hand or something like that?
Let me go down the giant list.
I know Anise does not. Stacy does. But Stacy's not here. She's in space.
That's a different place. Let's see. This list is so long. Let's see. So, not Vivi.
Damn it, Vivi.
She does a lot, okay? I've got it, says Richard.
Yeah, get it, Richard. Richard.
Is it right on the other side of this door?
Of the double doors, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to try to make the hand appear on the other side and lift it up.
Okay. Wait, hold on, before you do that. Oh god.
Oh, I can guidance if that's it. Is it a check?
It's not a check, it's just a thing that you make and move.
Hold, please. Checking to make sure this isn't a bad idea. No. Where? There it is. This is a mess. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna be like, you've got this. I believe in you. You're an awesome person. That was a terrible inspiration, but I'm rolling with it. Yeah. I slap him with inspiration.
Vivi's over here watching how you work.
Nope.
You know, coming from you, that actually does mean a lot, considering, well, how you were a day ago. I'll take it. Working on it.
Oh my god, just roll with it. And she just slaps him on the back like, you've got this, go.
Okay, so he focuses for a second, and using his knowledge of how Dungeons & Dragons actually works, Mage Hand does not require that you can actually see where you create the Mage Hand. It just requires it be within range, so...
Yeah, Kim knew that, and that's why I rolled that D12 to see if Anise would also know that.
That is one of those things that older editions were not as kind on, but yep. So Richard creates a Mage Hand right on the other side of the door at the bottom, and then he, even though he can't see it, he's just willing it to go straight up. Doesn't
All right,
seem
I
to
will.
Be moving.
It's not moving. I'll go into Hemlock Vision.
Okay. All right, Hemlock Vision. So, whoa, big Hemlock, unintentional. Hemlock is not that big. I'm just gonna adjust Hemlock's elevation for the room. There we go.
All right. I saw you.
Okay, so are you watching as the hand messes with stuff with Hemlock?
Yeah.
Okay, so Hemlock notices that the hand does in fact appear on the other side of the door, and it is moving up to try to move the bar, but when it bumps into the bar, it isn't moving an inch.
The bar weighs more than 5 pounds.
Possibly. It doesn't seem that the hand is capable of moving the bar.
So the hand is grasping it firmly. It just can't move it.
Yeah.
I'll come back out of Hemlock Vision. All right, so that's not working. I think it's probably too big. Is there a gap between the two doors, or are they flush against each other?
They're pretty flush against each other. So Hemlock flew down to inspect this.
Yeah.
Okay, then give me a Hemlock investigation, which is fun.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Oh
no.
That's a -2.
Okay, Hemlock is fairly certain that this bar is not food. Fairly certain. Nibbles on it a little bit. It's definitely not food.
I'll come back from Hemlock Vision.
Okay.
What'd you find out?
Well, the bar is not food. I think the Mage Hand... I think it's too heavy for the Mage Hand, so we'll have to figure out something else.
I mean, one of us could try and climb through the hole, I guess. I don't know. Do we have... Oh, well, no. Yeah, I don't know.
I can give someone spy to climb.
Ooh.
You can move up, down, and across vertical surfaces and upside down along ceilings while leaving your hands free. You also gain a climbing speed equal to your walking speed.
I'll try it.
Okay.
Slap me. Let's go.
Where's that combat tracker? Okay. Well, poop. Okay. God damn it. Technical difficulties. Okay. Spy to climb.
Sorry, it is saying, God damn it, is the funniest shit.
It's not that
out
of
of I was
character.
saying that in the accent, wasn't I?
Honestly.
Where are you, Penelope? There you
right
are.
there. Bloop. Bloop, I can
Now you have
climb.
spider climb.
I'm a spider.
Revoked.
No, damn it.
Vivi, do you want spider climb?
No.
All right, so are you climbing up that wall there?
I'm gonna climb up.
Okay, so yeah, turns out it's remarkably easy to climb a wall when you have the Spider-Man powers of a spider.
As she's climbing up the wall, she's very, very quietly going to sing the Spider-Man theme song to herself. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, climbing up the wall like a spider can. But very, very quietly, so she doesn't get hurt.
Got it. Okay, so yeah, you make your way up the wall along the inside of the alcove, and you can see the hole. As mentioned, the hole's like about a foot, so you're gonna have to try to squeeze through that because
Break more of the glass.
or you could break more of the glass and do that as quietly as you can. I'll let you decide your approach.
That's tricky. I am gonna.
Is spider climb?
Huh?
I'm checking something.
Oh, okay.
It is concentration. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. So I can't cast anything else, or else you'll fall.
All right. I'm gonna touch the glass, like around where the edges are.
Okay.
Does it seem like any of it's loose?
Since the glass has got a hole in it, it definitely has some wiggle space. Like if you wanted to try to remove sections of the glass, like it's not like it was just a hole was cut out of it. Like it's got a bit of a spider web cracking around it. You could probably start to try to take pieces out if you were careful.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and do that.
Okay.
Like I'm gonna try and avoid like poking the glass into the room.
Right.
I'm gonna try and throw it away from the door. So before I start doing any of this, I'm just gonna be like, all right, I need you guys to back up because I'm gonna start getting rid of some of this glass, and I don't want anybody to get hurt.
Everyone nods. Bike wielder just sort of shrugs, but she backs up when everyone else backs up.
Cool.
So now you get to do sleight of hand checks.
Oh, good.
Because you're very delicately removing glass as quietly as possible.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'll do my first one.
Yep.
Well, it's a 19.
Nice. Yeah. So you managed to get a good big piece of it that was intact. And now that you're looking at it closer, you can see that this is very old glass. It doesn't have the like 2 layers with a very thin layer of plastic or whatever in between them that you would get out of, say, like a modern car. So you can just pull pieces off and they just come off, which is nice. You're very careful with this so that like a bunch of other little pieces don't fall off with it. And so you're now holding a nice little glass shiv, and you've expanded the size of this hole to about 1.5 feet.
Cool. Okay, so I'm gonna toss that piece like away from the door and away from everybody.
Okay. You chuck it. It doesn't go anywhere near anyone else, and you don't cut yourself in the process because we're counting that as all the same jack.
Yay!
Good job. So now you've got about 1.5 feet. You feel like maybe if you get to about 2 feet, you could probably shimmy through that with your spider climbing.
Okay,
So
then I'm gonna try. Yeah. All right. Sleight of hand. No, not quite as good, but it's a 14.
Okay. Roll a d4.
Oh, geez. 2.
Okay. You get that same feeling that you had before of being a little bit luckier thanks to that golden fiddle. And when you pull on this glass, it looks like some parts of it are about to fall off with it, but they actually stick to the glass slightly, and you get another chunk off about as big as the first one. So you now have not nearly as solid a piece, but it's more stuck to the piece you removed than to the window that you've removed, and you can now dispose of just like the previous one.
Cool. That's what I do.
All right, so now you've got enough room that you feel like you can probably crawl through this without too much trouble. Like, carefully, but you should be able to do it.
I'm gonna try one more time, just for a little safety.
Okay.
Alright. There we go. Oh no, that was a bad plan.
Okay. Roll your d4 again.
No.
Oh, that was critically important because you did have to hit a 15. So, yep, you managed to remove one more. Your golden fiddle is doing you well. You have now
Can I
extracted
tell?
another half a foot, so you've now got a pretty sizable amount of window.
Okay, when I'm having to roll these d4s, can I tell that there is an effect? Or is it just kind of like, alright, this is the thing that's happening?
You can tell that things could go one way or another, and they're going your way. It's the same feeling that you get whenever Penelope rolls a 1, and then things just happen to work out anyway. It's you can feel fortune is shining on you, kind of like how sometimes you just feel like things could have gone terribly, but didn't.
Gotcha.
So, you know something's happening.
That's weird. Okay. Well, alright. I'm going in. Woo.
Okay. So now that you've crawled inside, I'm going to add Penelope to that map. Do. Penelope. Bye now.
Oh.
Can you see as Penelope?
I can't see, but I know I'm there.
Okay.
I see it, or I see that she is on the track, or not on the tracker, on the map.
Because Penelope can't see in the dark, but can Penelope see the light sources?
She can see the light sources.
Okay, that's everything is functioning as intended. Because unlike Hemlock,
Oh.
Penelope can't see in the dark.
Well, I think you know what I'm. Well, no, I shouldn't do that. It's gonna be like, I'm gonna cast dancing lights.
You could.
That would be. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Fuck it.
You doing it?
Yeah,
Okay. I will give you some light sources.
but I'm gonna keep them really close to me
Okay. Let's just
so
check
that they don't
the
give away my
dancing light
location.
radius. Should really program these in for the future because you're probably going to do this again.
Considering it's a cantrip, yes.
Yep. All right, 10-foot radius. 4 lights, 10-foot radius. Cool. Brr, brr, brr. Light sources. You be quiet, robot. I don't know if this is correct. We'll find out together.
Another pen.
All right, you should have a light source now.
I have a light source and a hemlock.
Yeah, because Hemlock was next to you.
Oh, hi, buddy. All right. I'm gonna climb down so that I can get to the door.
Is it trying to make you walk around in a funny way?
Huh?
No, okay, it was just showing me your movement thing for some reason, even though you can walk. All right, so yeah, with your low to the ground lighting, you can see Hemlock and you can see the little bar in front of the door after you shimmy your way down.
Okay. I'm gonna touch the bar.
Okay. So, yeah, as mentioned before, it appears to be a metal bar that is blocking the door.
if I try to move it, does it feel like it could move at all, or is it like?
So you're grabbing it and trying to move it around a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you grab it, and you can notice a little bit more detail out of it, and it looks like this.
Oh no. Usually a bad sign when it has a horse on it.
Little horsies on it.
Oh no.
And you're having a really hard time moving it. It seems to be stuck in place.
Shit. Oh.
But yeah, it's a now that you're looking at it a little better than Hemlock did, because Hemlock just tried to eat it, but you're actually looking at it. So yeah, it's got like a little horse on each end of it. It's metal. There's a little protrusion at one end of it under one of the horses that seems to have little indentations.
I'm gonna poke the indentations.
Okay. When you poke the indentation, it suddenly moves in your hand, and you're now holding it like normal. It no longer seems to be stuck in place.
Okay. I'm gonna pull the bar out from the door.
Not a problem. You can do that.
Okay.
I did a little early, but I am casting Pass Without a Trace.
Okay. How many people does that let you hit?
Everybody within a 30-foot radius.
Beautiful.
Everyone of my choice.
Wonderful. All right, and then everybody is. Let me just drop that on everybody. We got mechanics for that one. I knew that was going to happen again. Let's drop it on Vivi. Let's drop it on Anise. Even Richard gets to be stealthy now.
Apparently Johnny is doing this for everybody.
Yeah, sure, why not?
That's what
it's because it thinks it's her turn, that's all.
Oh.
That's why.
Thanks, Johnny.
She's so helpful. Yeah, if we were actually in combat, it would make more sense for it to automate that way. Hemlock can be stealthy, too.
Ooh.
Cool. So that'll be automatic.
Good.
Okay, so yeah, Penelope has successfully removed this weird little horse bar.
Horse bar.
What would you like to do with your horse bar?
I guess I'll hold on to it for the moment.
Could be a bludgeoning weapon.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll open the door so everybody can come in.
Okay, I will start dumping 1 million NPCs on the map. But I
It's
will
like the
start with
party all
Anise.
over again.
Right. Everyone, I cast the spell on you. You should all feel stealthier.
Alright, so now we got Anise. Go, stealth team.
Sure. Johnny?
Yeah, it looks like Johnny.
Yep. Who is always uncomfortably close.
It is what she do.
It is what she do.
Look, you've got a party down here, okay? Let's see, who am I missing?
You're missing
One of the Goliath.
bike wielder.
Bike wielder.
Yep. I think that's everybody now.
Mine, and then also Hemlock.
Yeah.
Yep, Hemlock's still there, so let's adjust
yeah,
everyone's height accordingly.
Wait, are we all 45 feet up?
Yep.
Oh, that's right, because we're on the thing. Okay, never mind. Ignore me. I'm levitating. In the words of Dua Lipa.
Whoa, slow down, Penelope.
Come down, Penelope.
No!
Well, I mean, you could still be on the wall.
Like, I'm a spider now.
I'm a spider. You can't stop me. I've become that which I fear the most.
It is what gives me power.
Somewhere Quack is sneezing. Just like, God damn it. Why does this keep happening?
I think they're talking about spiders somewhere.
I'm getting allergies.
Yeah, in a true anime fashion, somewhere in Germany, Kwaku sneezes.
Sure is cold here. That's not his voice.
Hello, my name is Kwaku.
Hi, my name is Kwaku.
Hi, my name is Kwaku.
I
Cool
build
blimey, I'm
bones.
Kwaku.
Cool blimey.
I'm part spider. It's fine.
Good
Don't
day,
worry
I'm
about it.
Kwaku.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm not in this
Why?
session. No one's seen me in like 10 years.
We called to check on you.
You have sending now. You can talk to whatever NPC you want.
Oh,
Dangerous.
All right, so now everybody's up here.
I'll just
little
wait
numbers.
until we're done, and then I'll just be like, "Hey, buddy, what's up?"
Okay,
Be
so
like,
now you got a whole bunch of NPCs in here. I think everyone should have the appropriate amount of dark vision. I think I've programmed them all into your sheets, but if not, we'll figure it out as we go. But yeah, so the door opens. Carefully, people shuffle in. Penelope's dancing lights are pretty low, so they're not making too much light as far as you can tell. Other than that, Penelope is holding a little double horse rod thing.
I'll turn to the group. Oh, I forgot to ask, how many of you can see in the dark? Or can if you can't see in the dark, raise your hand.
And with that, Richard raises his hand. Vivi raises her hand.
Penelope's raising her hand.
Okay, but the Goliaths and Johnny and Derek and Anise can see in the dark.
So the whole row in the middle can't see.
I think the Goliaths can. I'm going to double check, but I'm pretty sure they can. Maybe they can't. Oh, there's so many races in D&D. No, I don't think they have dark vision.
Okay. So, Johnny and the half-elves, and I guess Hemlock, are the only ones that can see in the dark. Okay.
You did just say Goliath can't, right?
They cannot.
Okay. Sorry, I sneezed. Twice.
Oh, no.
Alright,
Okay.
that complicates our plans a little bit. They'll see it, even with this extra stealth, they'll see us coming if we have lights up.
I mean, that just means we get everybody who can't see in the dark to go first.
That's true. Alright. So, sort of like an advanced party.
So when, and I'm not gonna whisper because I have a feeling nobody's gonna actually be able to hear if I'm whispering.
Yeah, but
just
assume that we're
stage
whispering.
whisper, yeah.
I'm whispering.
This is me whispering.
This is my inside voice.
So I'm gonna whisper to the group. Okay, so, when you were looking through Hemlock's vision, is this staircase here the only staircase, or is there any, like, what are we looking at as far as possibilities to, I don't know, surround these people?
I will point.
Ooh, that was a really intense sneeze.
I will point in that direction. And I will say that sort of goes across the station, and then there's another staircase going down the other side.
So we should probably split up and have half of us go on one side and half of us go on the other side.
I need the map again. I think I just closed it accidentally.
Okay.
Images.
There you go.
Computer, did you freeze?
It's broken.
It just takes a second when I share it again. Like, it's slowing down for me, too. It's a big picture.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
the three huge beasties are on the other side, loading stuff into one of the trains.
Yeah. So maybe flanking them is a bad idea.
Maybe. We should also probably, how are we approaching this? Are we going to try and get within striking range and then just knock them all out as fast as possible? Are we going to try and free the big guys from the weird collars? Am I just going to beat the crap out of Leopold again? Or
I mean, that's
I like
always
that
a
part.
possibility. Yeah.
unfortunately, I don't think I can use him as a weapon to beat up the other guy
Damn.
this time.
Well, is there... Oh, God. Do we have anything that could potentially knock people out?
I could
Well-
knock people out, says Bike Wielder.
Subtly, not with a bike.
And without potentially killing them. I mean, you know, harvesters are terrible, so it's not that big a deal.
It's that big of a deal.
Okay. I mean, we've managed to intimidate them into not. Yeah. So far, we've managed to leave them alive. Just, you know, badly wounded and in lots of terror. Us walking up might just scare Leopold enough that he'll just quit. See. I could have Hemlock do the melody again, but as we've established, that works on everybody. Yeah, I've got Call Lightning and Flame Arrows.
The most subtle of spells.
I can Wild Shape. Beat people with my staff.
I've got Charm Person. I've got Invisibility. Oh my god, hold on. I just had a brainstorm. Give me 5 seconds. Oh, damn it. Why is it concentration?
Game balance!
Also, you need to make sure you're not, like, on a wall or the ceiling if I try and cast a spell, because it will drop the concentration I have on Spider Climb and you'll just go falling.
Yeah.
I mean, if you cast a concentration spell.
I mean, I don't intend to continue climbing on the wall unless I have to, so yeah.
Alright, well, there are 3 of us that can see in the dark. 4 if you count Hemlock.
Well, we could split 4 in Hemlock and then 5. If we still wanted to do the split thing. I'm just not sure. Now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm not sure that that's going to help us at all.
There's not, other than the trains themselves, there's not too much cover. Well, some, like, boxes and things. There's some pillars along the walls, from what I remember.
Okay.
I think the biggest obstacle is probably going to be the big guys. They'll definitely do the most damage if they fight us. We also don't know how to actually remove the collars. Can't imagine, like, they were fiddling with them and then they're kind of jerking their hands away from them, so they might be electric or something. I can't imagine it'll be as easy as just run up and grab the collar and pull it off.
Probably not. Kind of want to sneak and see if we can get closer just so we can hear what they're talking about. And see if we can find out a way to... I don't know.
So what are those light sources on the trains? Are they literally the lights inside the trains?
Those are the lights from inside the train coming out the windows.
Okay.
So, like, it's not like there are light sources exterior on the train so much as you can see light from inside. Like, these trains are on.
Well, there are also lamps further in, so once we get closer, we won't need the dancing lights.
Right. So we can get closer and I can just drop them.
We want to cross over to the other side if we want to start with the big guys, and we'll want to stay on this side if we want to avoid them for as long as possible.
Oh. Again, plugging in laptop.
Did we lose you?
I'm still here. I'm just letting you strategize. Like, I don't want the NPCs to just hijack this, so
Right.
have at.
I'm sorry. I had to plug in the laptop and I lost track of what we were saying.
If we wanted to be totally insane, we could drop down on top of the trains.
Eh.
That
We
sounds
could, but
very
I don't-
dramatic. I'm in.
That was mostly a joke.
My opinion is noted. Moving on.
Yeah, I don't want to run in like guns blazing.
Not if we don't have to.
Yeah, because it's like, even though it's like Leopold and Elias, and they're just big old whiny babies, I'm still afraid of the rest of them as a whole.
And
And I don't feel like, if I'm very nervous.
there's the two new people as well.
Yeah. So.
Let's see if we can get a little closer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so which way are you going closer?
I don't think we should deal with the big guys since we don't know how to actually remove their collars. So
yeah, so let's
this
stick with
way.
the side that we're on.
Okay. So rather than going too far forward, let's just move in like your speed per turn, because otherwise half your NPCs are going to get left back here.
Yeah.
So you're going to each be rolling a stealth to sneak forward without being noticed.
My speed is 30, so that's 3 blocks?
6.
Okay.
Each block is 5.
Okay.
We're ignoring vertical for this because you're just going in a line.
Stealth. Does it automatically add the 10?
Yep. Super stealthy. Okay, so Anise can move forward, and I will lower her height.
5, 6.
Ooh. Well, that's still good with the bonus. So 22.
Alright, so Anise is on the 30 feet part. Okay, Penelope can move forward.
1 second. Penelope's gonna try it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know why this is lagging so bad. Okay, there we go.
It's probably all the light sources. Alright. So Penelope is still on a step, so she is at... Whoa, it's lagging as I change her height, too.
It's lagging. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Hemlock's kind of hanging out up near the ceiling.
Hemlock does not need to roll stealth, because Hemlock is a bird with Pass Without a Trace. Alright, now the fun part.
Oh no, all the NPCs.
Yep. We're going to do a communal roll here.
That's fine. A ripperoni.
Right?
So many dice.
Okay. I would just like to point out for the people at home that the keg tapper, the really loud Goliath, rolled a nat 20. Derek rolled a 19. So good for the two loudest people getting the stealthiest rolls.
And that's before the +10?
That's before, yeah. This is just the roll. This isn't even counting their bonuses. I really just rolled it because some of them are just going to be well beyond the threshold of me caring. And then I'll go and add it up for the ones that didn't do as well. Because with the +10, you're doing pretty well anyway. That said, let's see how the person who rolled a 2 did.
Rolled a 2.
I'm betting it was Richard.
Richard did okay for himself.
Oh,
Richard rolled a
no.
16.
Was it Vivi?
Oh,
No, Vivi would not make that mistake.
Oh no, was it Johnny?
Johnny got an 8, which is enough to be fine. No, your biggest problem right now is the one that you probably should have expected to make the most noise, which is bike wielder casually walking down the stairs, not at all stealthy. Because her score, even with Pass Without Trace, hit an impressive 14 with
Woof.
the +10.
Woof.
In her defense, she's walking down the stairs in the dark.
True.
But we are not playing the version of D&D where the lowest score determines everyone gets caught, because that makes stealth a useless skill. We're going off of whether or not the group as a whole succeeds or fails. And you succeeded as a group, as far as you can tell.
Hooray.
No one seems to be reacting to all of you moving.
Extra hooray. Look at all these people with long-ass legs.
Hey, she gets you. Bam, 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 bam. All right, so you have made it that far.
Cool.
While we're here, if anybody with really long legs wants to pick up the 2 short people in the party. This is mostly a joke.
Let's see if she understands that that's a joke.
Oh no.
Because fun fact about super stealthy bike wielder, she has a trait that makes her proficient with improvised weapons, which could include halflings. And she's going to pick up 2 halflings.
Dual wielding.
You are now being wielded.
Oh no.
I'm not going to bother adjusting the numbers. We know what levels you're on. The numbers make more sense when there aren't a billion characters. She is picking the 2 of you up and continuing forward.
Oh.
Another stealth roll?
Yep. But Penelope doesn't need to make one.
I was gonna say, since I've been lifted, do I need to still?
Nope. You're being carried without trace.
She's being carried. She's just gonna be like, "Hey, be as quiet as possible."
She rolled a 2 again. I love it.
Well, now she's got 2 halflings on her shoulders.
Yep. But in general, you guys are rolling really well. You're with the Pass Without Trace. This is going remarkable, all things considered. Admittedly, there's also a lot of noise. So, as far as you can tell, things are working out. Drag everybody up here. Laggy, laggy, lag, lag.
Now we're just like power zooming through. Just...
Well, she's not slowing down, and she has a 40-foot base movement speed, so you know.
Oh God.
She's a quick one. What you didn't hear about the story is that she chased down the motorcycle to do it. Things that are not true. Okay, so now you're at a point where you can start to actually decide what you want to do. Because you're close enough that you can see inside the train windows, and you can see that there's a bunch of boxes in this closest train. Lights are on. These are clearly like cargo type stuff in this train.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop dancing lights.
Okay.
Because we're close enough to light sources now that it's not gonna be that big of a deal.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Okay.
So there's pillars and boxes that we can hide behind. I don't know if that'll get us close enough to actually hear what's being said. I can always have Hemlock fly over.
Yeah, and then Phoebe and I can sneak a little closer. We're both pretty stealthy. Pretty tiny. They won't notice us over some boxes. And Vivi loves to eavesdrop, so...
It's true. I do. It is one of my favorite things, because if people aren't paying attention, then it's free information.
It's true.
Are any of the doors to the trains open? Or the door to the train that we're closest to, I guess?
So what you're noticing are that on the sides of these cars, there are like, it's kind of hard to describe from the angle that you're seeing it. At the very back of each car, there's like a little step area and then a door that enters there. There are not doors on the side. But you can see through the window of the one that you're at now that there's a door immediately at the back of the car that's right next to you.
And all we can see through the windows are boxes.
You can see boxes for this one, yeah. The other ones are a little harder to see since the trains aren't perfectly lined up, but looking through toward the middle one, it seems like the middle one has, from what little you can see from overlapping windows, there are boxes, but you're also seeing much bigger things. The second car of the middle train seems to have a bit more of a cage-like structure in it. Like metal bars.
Alright, so we can try and get on that train, but we probably need to go to the back of the train, and that's pretty close to where all the harvesters are. Just beat them all up and get one of them to tell us where we need to go. And get close and listen and see if we can figure anything else out.
I mean, I'm in favor of getting closer and listening in to see if we can find anything out that'll help us. But yeah. Mostly because I don't want to start a fight immediately. But, I mean, if you guys have no problem with us sneaking up closer, we can go do that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Alright, Vivi, you in?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Let's go
Alright.
see.
So,
Okay, cool.
the whole group, or just you two and Hemlock?
Just the two of us in Hemlock.
Alright. Okay, so we'll move her over here so she can go into Hemlock vision.
Alright, and Miss Bike Wielder, can you please put us down?
Fair enough. And she places you both down.
We're going to name you Halfling Wielder. It's fine. Anyway. Alright. So we're gonna sneak up to... I'm gonna start by sneaking up to where this first pillar is. I'm gonna try anyway. There we go. Okay. Do I need to do...
Sneak.
Yeah.
Yep, you can stealth it for a little bit.
Okay, do I need to roll stealth again?
Yep.
Or... Okay.
You didn't stealth to get to this part.
That's true. Okay.
You're getting there like a Mario and a Yoshi.
Stealth. Oh no. Well, at least
Such is
it's
the
an
wonder of
18.
Pass Without Trace.
Yep.
It's a good
Okay.
spell.
Yeah. Do I need to like move my speed and then re-roll?
Move your speed for right now, and
Okay.
then you'll get an opportunity to, move again or decide to do something else based on what you see.
2, 3.
And I'm gonna have Vivi do the same.
Oh, Hemlock's speed is 0?
That's
Oh,
not correct.
10 foot. Okay, fly foot, 50 foot. Okay, okay.
Yeah. I probably didn't program in a walking speed because I was thinking about the flying one. All right. Vivi, so stealthy.
Like up at the ceiling.
He's up, yeah.
Okay.
Zoom goes to Vivi.
Penelope does not try to pet him on that.
Yeah, Vivi rocking that 32. Whoosh.
Great.
He can like swoop down so that you can see him and then go back up.
Okay. When he swoops down, I'm going to pet him on the head.
I will allow this.
Sweet.
Look at you not having a number anymore.
Wow.
Swoop. Okay, so now that you're down here, you can see a little better what's going on, at least for this angle. From across the room and in the much better lit area, you can see the two guys on the left, near the lamppost, just to the left of the big Roman numeral 2.
Yeah.
Those are definitely two of the guys from last night.
Gotcha.
Or the night before, technically. Whatever.
Yeah.
The ones who shot at you, if you recall.
Good. I love that so
yeah,
much.
they had guns. They look a little worse for wear. Like some monk beat the crap out of them, and it's only been a day and a half. But they are currently moving back and forth, also lugging some boxes around. Not nowhere near like the load that the big guys you could hear about from before, but they're carrying stuff on their own. It seems to be very menial labor. From your angle, you can also see that the two people who were fussing at your two favorite harvesters are now talking to each other, and they're sending them around to presumably help move some boxes. So they're all given the crap job.
Oh no.
Presumably this is a punishment of some sort for what they went through. And from this angle, yeah, you can see just barely. The woman to the right of that too, she seems to be the one who's holding a little controller. And every once in a while, she sort of points it at one of the big guys and pushes a button, and you can't see them, but you hear a noise, like a little.
I will
Right.
have Hemlock fly a little closer.
Okay.
Whoosh. Is Hemlock invisible right now? It is your right.
Yep, he's invisible.
Okay.
And also high.
Yeah.
Towards the ceiling.
Cool.
Hemlock is high.
And also he's high in the room. I mean, what? I guess birds could get high.
I mean, probably. They're small enough. Okay. So what is Hemlock looking for?
He's just seeing if he can hear what the two people are saying. He's probably not close enough.
Not from right there. Like he's not quite made for hearing that far away with all this noise going on. He's gonna have to swoop a lot closer.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not in initiative order. Like if the two of you want to wait for Hemlock to scout, Hemlock can totally scout. The rest of the group is just waiting on a sign from you. They're all just hanging back.
Mm-hmm.
So you are dictating the pace here.
Do you want to move a little closer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, she's gonna turn and look at Vivi and be like, alright, I'm gonna sneak a little bit closer.
Okay.
Okay.
You are the ninja today.
I guess I am. Alright. Stealth. Boom. Oh shit,
That was close.
Oh. Okay. Alright, let's see if my laptop will cooperate. Nope. Come on, buddy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fine. I'm gonna chill right there.
Vivi is going to scurry over behind you. Dun 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 dun.
Hemlock will once again move. Oh, Hemlock will move.
Don't worry, I'm tall. I'll protect you.
Okay. As Hemlock is moving that way, one of the guys from up there is walking this way because there's a bunch of boxes in front of you. Just reflecting them moving. They're not in nearly as much of a hurry as you are. They're just sort of wandering. All right, you can carry on with the Hemlock movement.
Already moved him.
Okay.
Is he close enough now, or is it still too far?
You can move Hemlock twice as far because Hemlock is not moving at like normal people speed. Hemlock can dash as an invisible flying bird.
Okay.
So
now he's close enough.
Now he's close enough to listen in. Yeah. All right. So you're eavesdropping.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll have him find a little perch, like up here or something.
Yeah, that's fine. So from there. Cool. All right. So the woman is grumbling to the guy with the ridiculous anime hair. I swear, I can't believe that we have to deal with this. Who let them in? Why are we putting up with this? We have our own people who can handle this. And apparently we just got word that not one, but two of our places have been hit upstairs. So we're just going to get all this stuff over. We're going to have to clear out for a while. We're going to lay low. Then we'll come back in when the fucking Mage Association isn't breathing down our necks. And the guy next to her is like, shouldn't we not have to worry about this? I mean, I thought we greased the right palms, not have to worry about this. Well, clearly someone decided to lean in. We'll have to take a look at who visited lately from the logs and try to figure out who must have snitched. Yeah, fine. Whatever. We'll clear out. We'll just head to the coast. We'll get on the boat, and we'll come back in a month when this dies down. We still got a good haul. Yeah, that's true. 3 trains worth is more than we should have probably expected, but, you know, it's been a good year. They're commiserating.
No.
And us will basically relay, like, they're planning on leaving and lying low, going somewhere off the coast. Yeah, didn't really learn too much.
Okay, Penelope end. Roll some perception.
Oh god. Oh please. Good.
Nice. So, Penelope, from where you are there, it's a ways away, but you're super perceptive right now. You notice that the woman on the steps has a rifle on her back. Like, the people that you ran into before upstairs, so to speak, like on the street level a few nights ago, were mostly using like handguns and more easily concealed weapons. But this woman seems to have a more heavy-duty gun. And also, you notice that she's kind of eyeing in the direction that just a bit above and to, like, map-wise to the left of her. She's just sort of eyeing up there, like she's keeping an eye on the doors that now that you're down here, you can, in the most vague sense, make out are up there. Like, just at the end of your vision. Like, she's a little more nervous than he is that they might be interrupted, but she doesn't seem to be looking in your direction or anything like that.
Okay.
You also notice, just in general, that the cart in front of you has a few boxes left and that there are some guys walking in your direction to presumably grab those.
Okay. I'm gonna grab Vivi's arm really quick and be like, Vivi, okay, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna ask this out of meta first,
Yeah.
or in meta. Would Penelope know whether or not Vivi knows invisibility?
I don't think she's ever seen Vivi cast invisibility. I don't think she would know either way. Vivi has a wide variety of spells, and you haven't really shared notes recently other than what she said the night before.
Right. Okay. Hey, she's like gonna grab Vivi's arm and be like, Vivi, do you know invisibility?
Let me remind myself. Oh god, load faster, Vivi Street. You have too many things. Boop boop boo doo 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 doo. Bards have too many spells. I didn't think so, but it was worth checking. No, it's not really my thing. I think you're a bit more stealthy in that respect than I am.
Okay, well, there's a guy coming. I think he's heading this way to grab a box.
Do you want to try to lure him away and get him jumped, or do you want to do something else?
You know what? That's a good idea. She's gonna cast Minor Illusion.
Okay, where's she gonna cast it, and what's it gonna look like?
She's gonna cast it. Closer to the train.
Okay.
I guess. Or wait, does she? Okay, it says range 30 feet. Hold on. Hold, please.
Sure.
Oh, it's only 30 feet away from me.
I mean,
shit.
Not the biggest of spells.
Okay, as close to the train as possible. To that first train.
Okay. What kind of illusion do you want to make?
Well, she's gonna do the sound one and make it sound like something is falling, like something is crashing and falling over there.
Okay, so you're gonna make it sound like maybe something they stacked up fell over.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you point over in that direction, you do the requisite magic-y stuff, and right as this first guy gets to about here, and I'll zoom in on the map for the people at home. In true video game fashion, an exclamation mark appears over his head, and he is now distracted and follows Hitman logic to go see what's going on. So he wanders over this way, see what kind of a mess they've made. He doesn't look to the right as he goes by you.
Okay.
What the fuck was that? All right. And as he's doing that, you can see your good buddy from before goes to see what this slacker's doing after he just got chewed out for being a screw up. And this guy continues on because he thinks they can do whatever the hell they're going to do. But yep, you've diverted 2 of them, at least temporarily.
Oh, good.
Not bad, not bad.
Can Hemlock see that happening?
Yeah, Hemlock can see all this going on.
Cool. Anise is relaying what's happening.
Would you like me to go down there and break them?
Not yet. Oh, I can't hear that.
Yeah, she doesn't know how this works either.
Yeah.
Is that an instruction? Can I go break them? No, do not break them yet. There will be time. There will be time.
2 guys are going to check out something on the train closest to us. A third one is heading straight for the stack of boxes that Vivi and Penelope are hiding behind.
Should we go
Just
help
a
them?
reminder that I cannot hear anything while I am in Hemlock Vision.
That was to the group. Do we want to go help them? Look, I don't know how any of you guys work. I just know that whatever you're doing seems to work out for you, so I'm just going to watch. Richard is all about seeing how this team that apparently is capable works, and so far he's not quite sure.
Oh god, okay. Okay, so we got 2 of them. There's a third one on the way. Oh no. Okay, gonna cast Minor Illusion again.
Okay.
Instead of the direction where the guy currently is now, or where the guy who went to investigate is, I love how I'm pointing at the map as if you can see me
It's
doing
true.
this.
I can.
Yay!
All right, well, 2 out of 3. That means it worked out, right?
Yay! But yeah, so I'm pointing, or basically where the guy is on the map that first went to go investigate the noise.
Yeah.
I want to aim it a little further down from where he is, at least as far down as I possibly can.
Okay, so
and make it sound, huh?
if you're doing it 30 feet away using diagonals,
Mm-hmm.
you can get it to right at the back of the train.
Okay.
Does that sound like where you're aiming for?
Close enough.
Okay.
But I want to make it sound like there's somebody from, like, there's like a guy yelling, like, ah, oh no.
Like a Wilhelm scream?
Yes.
Ah,
Ah! The fuck? What are you doing? Did you not hear that? The hell, someone's got to be over here. Oh fuck! All right, hold on. I'm gonna go let everyone know you don't die or whatever. And they are splitting apart. This guy's gonna go investigate Wilhelm, and your good buddy back here is gonna backtrack. So you have split them off. This guy who's still not paying attention to shit is now up here on the boxes. But you have them pretty fanned out now. And you know that one of these guys is about to go tell everybody that something's going on. And it is Elias, your biggest fan. Nope, I'm sorry. That's incorrect. That is Leopold. Leopold, your not biggest fan at all, who hates you the most.
Leopold, the guy that Anise wielded as a weapon.
Yes. Leopold is about to go say that something might be up. So he is now walking away from the cluster.
Oh, okay. Now one of them has reached the boxes, and one of them is moving back, and one of them is investigating the train.
So hear me out, Penelope.
Okay.
I've got an idea, but it's not subtle. But it will prevent him from telling them that we're here.
Okay.
I'm going to turn him into a cow.
Wait, which one?
The one walking away. That one. And she points over at Leopold.
Oh my god, please do. He deserves it.
Okay, let's see how this works. She's never cast this spell before. She just learned how to do it. We're going to see how well his save works against becoming a cow. Those important saves, right?
Yep.
Let's make a wisdom saving. All right, so I I'm going to add him to the combat tracker so that we're doing this properly. Because I would really like the system to track this without me having to. So, gonna delete your token from.
Could I take the congestion with the ibuprofen? And
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Pharmacology.
Yeah.
All right. So many windows.
Oh, all the guys just vanished?
Yeah, it's because I clicked on the encounter button like an idiot.
Damn, Vivi, what a spell.
They're all
Turn them
cows
all-
now.
Turn them all into invisible cows.
So good.
So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna add everybody to the combat tracker so that that doesn't happen again. And hopefully it won't
Hey.
create a bunch of clones of all of you as well, like it did the last time I tried this. Whoop. It did. All right.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go do drugs.
All right, you do that while I get rid of all these clones.
Okay.
Oh no. Clones.
All right, you get out of here. Johnny too.
No, not Johnny too.
I'm glad it at least color codes them.
True.
Theoretically, as I make them visible, they should start appearing on the map again. I don't know if that's how it's actually going to work. Oh, that's so weird. Yeah, because like I'm making them visible, but it doesn't make them immediately appear on the map. I have to do it separately. Now we're learning. Fun with Dungeons and Dragons.
Dragons and diners and.
All right. So now I think you can see all of them again. Nope, one of them's still missing. Get your butt out of here.
It's like, but I don't wanna.
I don't want to. You turned into a cow.
Too bad.
Too bad. It's what you get for not being a good guy.
Yeah.
What you get for being a harvester.
You know, we warned him twice.
We warned him.
You did. All right.
Of course,
so,
I don't think any of us were thinking that we would literally see them in a day, so.
I mean,
Yes, Bulbasaur is necessary.
I agree. I picked Bulbasaur. It was my starter.
Good night. He does make a good pillow.
All right, let's drag that up to Vivi. Oh God, Vivi, you've got all these things.
Hello?
She is the
Vivi, how dare you?
She is the biggest, most complicated NPC on the map right now.
I love her.
That was the sound of your love.
Ow.
Yep.
All right, let's see if this does what it's supposed to do.
Ugh. You know, I was like, oh no, Alan, what did you send me? And it actually was him. And what did he send me? I have to inflict this on you.
Oh, I've got to reprogram that. Well, we'll find out. No, that's Vivi saving. I don't need Vivi to save. I need him to
Make
save.
make a save it through, Vivi. Okay, eyeball.
Why would you do that?
There he goes. Ha! Ha! He rolled a 2. He's a cow now. All right, let's get you a cow token.
Excellent. I'm so delighted right now.
And it's just like,
Oh, there's so
friend
many
Leopold.
options, but we're going to go with this one.
Leopold just turned into a
my
cow.
god. Oh my god. I'm ready. Ready to see this cow.
All right, let's see if
Ready.
updating his token actually works in the map or if I have to do it separately. I
Oh
want
wait,
to
never
believe.
mind. None of you actually know the joke. He's not our friend. We don't like him. He's a dick. But he turned into a cow. I'm going to assume that's someone on our party's doing. One of the halflings, probably.
Okay, let's
I like how he's still a bespectacled traveler.
Well, he was. Till a second ago. When he got
And
a
And
now
now
token.
he's a cow. I'm waiting. I'm ready.
My body is ready for the cow.
Buddy.
I think Anise can turn into a cow also. Like, willingly.
He's a cow.
The fuck did that cow come from? Okay, so now you've distracted him. Because there's a cow. Also, I think cows are bigger than this.
Can be an ox.
I'm making him a bigger cow. I don't know if he's supposed to be, but he's gonna be a bigger cow.
You can be a stench cow.
That's not the same thing.
Oh.
Alright.
Penelope is doing that, like, really silent laugh where she's just laughing and not making any noise, but she's, like, got her hand over her mouth anyway, and she's, like, laughing so hard she's crying.
Passing without any trace, you see.
Huh?
Let's see. An
Alright,
ox
there we
is
go. She should
size
be
large.
concentrating now. Alright. So yeah, that's funny.
Considered huge for purpose of determining carrying capacity.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, you're looking up your stats for cows?
Well, I have an ox.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess for polymorph, I should just drop an ox instead of him in there. Since he just turns back. Let's do that. It's kind of funny, though, because I did change his actual token into that. So that's a funny mistake on my part. Oh, nope. Volo's Guide for Monsters actually has a cow in it. We're using it.
Yes.
It's the letter C. That's boring.
Boo.
We're not going to live with that. We're going to make a real cow. All right.
Yeah.
Get out here, Leopold cow.
Tried to think of a pun involving cows and Leopold, and I can't think of a good one.
I'm sure there's probably something.
Yeah.
All right. We're assigning him specifically the cow token because I'm not going to go back to the letter C. That's stupid. There you go.
Cow, 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 cow.
Yep, it is a large beast with no alignment.
It is a cow.
It is, in fact, a cow. All right, Leopold cow. I should really just pre-program Leopold cow. I didn't really realize she was going to do that. That's on me. I intentionally don't plot out what she's going to do because she's not predictable. There you go. All right. Actual programmed Leopold cow. If the game will stop lagging, he will appear on the map.
Well, while the game is figuring itself out, did Anise report
Yeah.
cow status? Okay.
There he is,
well,
the visible Leopold cow. Look at how big he is.
oh yeah, I already said, like, yeah, turned into a cow. I'm thinking it's probably one of the halflings doing hilarious.
I don't know what that scream is. Oh god, there's a cow! Why is there a cow?
They're suitably distracted by the cow.
Not sure why there's a cow here. You can see the people way, way up at the stairs are now paying attention as well.
Oh shit.
Starting to make their way over.
No. Fuck.
Oh, well, the cow has definitely garnered a lot of attention.
Okay, so that was really funny. Now what?
Oh god. It was hilarious. and that's gonna be burned into my brain for the rest of time. We need to get out of here because they're getting closer now. Like they're distracted, but they're getting closer. Shit. Um, 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 um. Ugh, I don't know. Okay. Um, should we try and get closer?
I mean, I'm of the opinion that we came here to beat him up, and we should probably beat him up.
You know what? You're right. You're right.
Right now, they don't know where we're coming from.
That is also true.
Do you want to send in the Goliaths and then use the distraction to look around?
Let's do that. Let's do that. Shit, where's Hemlock? Because I could just yell at Hemlock. Or not yell, but... Wait, sending. I know sending. I literally just learned sending.
There you go.
It seems like a waste, but here we go.
So who are you sending to?
I'm gonna send... Oh, God, that's a good question. If I send to Anise while she's in Hemlock Vision, can she hear me?
It's in your brain, so I assume
I would say
so.
yes. I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also like the idea of someone giving updates to someone by like broadcasting into their brain, since the reason you can't see and hear with this is because you're using something else for those, but like your brain is still your brain.
Mm-hmm.
True. Okay. I'm gonna cast sending to Anise. And I'm gonna be like, oh god, okay. I'm gonna count the words. Be like, send the Goliath down to create a distraction. We turned Leopold into a cow, but didn't think of what to do beyond that. Ah!
Gotta use every word. You cast the spell.
Oh, I was right. It was the halflings that turned him into a cow. She'll come out of Hemlock Vision.
Yep.
And be like, I was right. It was the halflings. They want the Goliaths to go down first to create a distraction. So
Finally.
I think we're going in guns blazing, as they say.
Excellent. All right, let's go. Oh, good. This will be fun. You get to have a good story later. Nobody die. Like I'll keep you alive, but like it's way easier for me if you stay that way. Oh boy.
Anise doesn't know polymorph, but she probably knows of polymorph, right?
Yes, she would be aware.
Okay.
Anise learned. It was one of those weird things where when Anise was learning how to how to wild shape, she was given a rundown on all the different things that can turn people into other stuff.
Ah.
Mostly in a smug way of saying, and when mages cast a spell to do this, you become stupid like the animal. We're way better than that.
Gotcha.
So you also know that Leopold currently is the brain of a cow.
So don't hit the cow, because if you damage him too much, he'll turn back into a human, and he's much stupider as a cow. No, probably not that much stupider. Anyway, just don't hit the cow.
Sounds like fun.
All right.
I'm going to keep an eye on this stuff from over here.
Was that Richard?
That's Richard, yeah. Richard's going to sneak down a little bit before because like you're not really in initiative yet. So if anyone wants to get into a position within your range, you can do that now. We're not going to roll stealth because they're looking at a cow.
I'm still in Hemlock. Uh-oh.
Are you stuck in Hemlock?
I think so.
We haven't had that in a little bit. It always happens,
okay.
but it never happens the first time you do it.
I need to just bring Hemlock back enough that he sees Anise. God damn it, stop dragging the map.
Whoosh. All those light sources.
Okay. Now I can be in Anise. Cool. Alright.
The Goliaths are going to move down to get into position.
2, 3. Okay. I think
Derek's
that's
gonna jump on a train.
Yeah, that's
That
That tracks.
tracks.
that walks. I'm gonna move Hemlock back to
No
where
pun
he
intended.
was.
That train tracks.
Mandark.
We're all so funny.
I'm hilarious.
All right. Are all of your other NPCs? Oh, it's because that's why Merlin
Look
can't
how
see in the dark
Johnny's
either.
like in the wall.
She's stealthing.
I'm surprised she didn't try and follow you, actually.
She was.
Yeah.
She just wasn't as fast as you.
Oh.
Ah.
And due to limited like vision, I appreciate the fact that a whole bunch of your party members are not visible to Merlin because Merlin can't see everything.
Fuck you, Merlin.
It keeps the illusion up that you can only see things that are in lighting. Here we go. There you go, Merlin. Now you can see too.
No.
All right, so yeah, you got a crowd here. I think everyone's moved a decent amount. Let's play the ultimate game of roll for initiative. All right, let's go, game. Gonna.
Where'd you go, combat tracker?
All right, let's.
Okay, before we fully launch into this, I will be right back.
Commercial break time.
Ah.
Yeah, this is probably the good pausing point. I'm gonna go get some water anyway because we going to violence. So I'm gonna put up the "Be Right Back" ring, and hopefully I'll remember to unput that up later when we actually come back. Live the dream. Be right back, everybody. Okay, I even
Yeah.
remember to come back from the wait screen with all of our sound and everything.
Hooray!
So I hit that roll initiative button, and what a list. Look at all these characters. And Johnny
Damn.
wins the game.
Yay, Johnny!
Johnny got there first.
I give her a shiny gold star.
She is very proud.
Yay!
Johnny
So is Caterpie.
Johnny sees that this is going down. Like, no one in the party is a rogue, so I don't think anyone's that worried about ruining the surprise. So Johnny's just gonna start with violence. Yeah, from her angle. What is the range? 120 feet. Oh, she's doing that. Yep, Johnny's gonna poke out from behind the little alcove that she was hiding under. And she is gonna... Why are you +0? That's not her stats. How dare you? Game mechanics, do better. Do better, game.
Don't eat Bulbasaur.
But he's delicious.
He's part poison.
Oh no. Made my choice.
It didn't even include her bonus, and she still hit. So she'll take it.
Hooray.
Zap. So...
Oh, damn.
So yeah, Johnny... Apparently Johnny won, according to the way the game has decided to identify her right now for no reason.
Johnny Bad kept the first.
She pokes out from around the corner, and Anise can hear this because Anise is right next to her. And she goes, all right, and draw. And then she makes a finger gun and goes, pew! And then Yu Hakusho style shoots a bolt of energy across the room and strikes into the harvester, whose back is turned to her. And then she ducks behind this little corner. The harvester turns around and sees Anise.
Oh.
What was that? I think you cut out.
No.
So guy got shot. And then he turns around and sees Anise instead of Johnny.
Yep.
Fuck.
Okay, up next in initiative, we've got the biggest fan sometimes, Elias. Elias just saw some kind of Eldritch Blast happen, and he's like, oh, shit. He sort of turns to run away, and then he notices the two bosses immediately behind him. I'm going to zoom out the map so that the people at home can vaguely see what's going on in this huge map. Just gonna warn you guys. Yeah, all right, let's go. Seems to be taking his time.
All right, bitch, get close.
Then he runs a little bit more because he doesn't know what's going on, but isn't getting close to a cow, and that's his turn.
Get a little closer, Elias. Get a little closer.
Waiting her chance. All right, gonna skip that one. Oh, good. The keg tapper is up. All right, where's he at? There's he at. Oh, good. Time for fun. Excellent. This will be great. Watch this. Watch this. All right. So I hereby consecrate you with the power of badassery. That's the one. Yes. And he is going to bless some people. Whoop.
Let's see where everybody is, because I can't see where everybody is on my screen.
Let's see.
Everybody.
Because he doesn't know who's good at what.
In the dark.
You get a bless. And you get a bless. And you know what? He appreciates Johnny's initiative. Johnny gets a bless. Okay, everybody, have fun with violence. I'm gonna get down here, and I'm gonna take a look around, and oh, hi. I'm sorry, I am out of violence blessing, but next time I'll help you out, friend. Do, 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 do.
Here, get a violence blessing.
Oh, good.
Nope, the violence blessings went to some Goliaths and to Johnny. Because Johnny is the one who's enabled this whole fight to start in the eyes of the Goliaths, because she actually took a shot. They don't quite understand the ways of turning people into cows. The true opening salvo of any battle.
Honestly.
Alright, big guys don't do anything yet. Right, she has definitely seen some attacking happening. And she's gonna look. How long of a line is that? How far away is she from Anise? Pretty far. It's 100 away. All right.
And it's just like, I'm pointing an arrow.
Do, 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 do. What is the range on you? A lot. Okay, so yeah, she's going to pull that rifle off her back. And she's going to line up her shot from way over there in the Anise direction. Because Anise is the only one she can see. That is a hit.
Shit.
Bang. Pulled a 1. Anise held her concentration.
You can still spider climb.
Oh, good. All right.
Anise takes 5 damage as she... Essentially, the order of operations for Anise is Johnny shoots a lightning blast past her. Huh? Then turns around as the big cleric who's like literally 3 feet taller than her. I'm sorry, I've give you some violence next time. And then she gets shot. All within the course of about 2.5 seconds.
Ow.
You got a slug in the shoulder, but it's more an inconvenience than a true pain here. Like, it hurt, but it doesn't throw off your desperate concentration of spider climb should Penelope need it.
Damn it, I liked this shirt.
You were just losing so many shirts in France.
Yup. And you can see her reloading her gun from there. And she's gonna make another shot. Boop. And you get shot again. Bonk.
Ooh.
You're really holding true to that spider climb, though. Yeah,
You
so you get
know?
shot in the left shoulder, and as you turn around to swear, you get shot in the right shoulder.
Ow!
And she's reloading her gun, and that's all she's doing. And
Fuck her.
now Derek is up. Derek's gonna do some Derek stuff.
Like, Derek better do some Derek stuff because his buddy got shot.
It's true. All right, so
I love how the cow is the next in the initiative.
sure is.
Hey, he can do a charging tackle if he's anything like the ox form.
He can move with people.
Oh, he has multiple cow attacks.
The fact that there are multiple cow attacks.
I appreciate that.
Sounds like a great indie band name.
It would be a pretty solid one at the very least. Oh, good. So he's gonna move. All right, so Derek is running a bit.
Yeah.
Poof.
Weenus.
So it took his whole turn, but Derek is now all the way up here.
Look at him being a big distraction.
I mean, to credit, he's Naruto running across the roofs of these train cars, and he literally teleported from one to the next one.
Is he doing like arms back and
yeah,
everything?
Absolutely, 100%. His scarf is billowing majestically in his mind. In reality, it's just sort of there. But
Anise has a bullet in each shoulder, and she's just watching him Naruto run like.
It's true. And at this point in time, it would be Naruto running. Naruto is out.
Yep. That's certainly a thing that's existing at this point in time.
Yep. But you can also see that he seems to be in a solid position for sneaking up on the lady who shot you, because no one else seems to notice he's up there. But that is his turn. Now it's cow time. This cow is hearing gunshots and is afraid, so it's going to do what cows do when they're afraid, and it's going to charge directly ahead.
Oh no.
All right. Make sure I understand cow technology correctly. All right, so charge. If the cow moves at least 20 feet straight toward a target and then hits it with a gore attack on the same turn, well, that's what it's doing. Brrr. Runs through him. Brrr. Now we're going to see if he successfully gore attacks. Get him, Cow Leopold.
Cow Leopold.
There you go.
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
That guy won't. Blam. Oh, that's going to hurt. Okay. Yeah, he's about to take a lot of damage, actually.
We love that.
So that's the gore attack. And now the trampling.
Ooh.
Did it roll that one? I don't think it rolled that one. Let's do that again. I have so many things open now. I really need to start multi-windowing or multi-screening this. Effect, 2d6 piercing to Harvester Hunter by Cow Leopold. Oh, it didn't actually roll it. That's why. Oh, fine. Be that way. Apparently, they did not program cows correctly. How dare they? I'm offended. This will not stand. We will roll this manually, because you will honor the cow damage. And I'm going to throw that at...
No.
Cow Leopold.
All right. Harvester guy who just got gored and run over by his friend, the cow. How much HP does this guy have left? Not looking great.
My arms to stop hurting.
Okay, so... Yep, Harvester dude just got gored and run over by Leopold the cow. Leopold the cow, being the majestic creature that he is going to continue running off into the distance.
By Leopold.
Yep. For he has the intelligence of a cow. He's going to be in so much trouble when he's not a cow. Or not. We'll see where this goes. Up next, we've got the girl who's way over there, who's yelling at the big guys to go take care of this, and pushing a button that makes them all make angry noises. And now they're walking over here on their turns. I'm just going to make them all move as one. When they catch up, we'll deal with the rest of it, but to speed up.
Can't remember if I did or not. I feel like when Anise was recapping everything that Hemlock noticed, she would have said something about the remote control.
Yeah, I think she did. If not,
Okay.
we'll say she did, but I think she did. Okay, so yep, those big guys are now moving this away. Up next is Vivi.
Get him, Vivi.
Vivi's gonna cast a spell, but not a concentration spell. Because that would be bad. And she's gonna cast something else. Ah, she has a lot of concentration spells. She dangerous.
Yep.
All right, she's gonna... Ah. Yeah, so Vivi is going to first lean in on Penelope and go, okay, so that was really cool, and it was great, and I think this is a lot of fun, but you know what's going to be really, really funny? When that
What?
guy up there turns out to be the hero. And then she starts singing from the distance, off in Derek's direction. You're the best around. Nothing's gonna ever keep you down. And he actually looks happy at hearing that from the faraway distance. No one else knows what's going on. They're just hearing noise in the background. See, he's going to use that, and he's really going to hurt somebody. In the meantime, let's do some violence. That guy looks like he's in a bad spot. Let's give him something to think about. Hey, your friend's a cow, but you look stupid. And did he save? I think he might have.
Oh no.
Not entirely sure these are programmed correctly. What is her spell save DC? Let's find out. Like, that's kind of the downer of programmed NPCs.
Yeah.
Let's see. What would your spell save DC be? 8 plus proficiency plus your bonus. I think you might have actually passed it. Yep. Well, I tried. Not my best work.
It's good effort though.
I think the cow was my best work, if I'm being honest.
Hey, yeah, you're not wrong.
Cantrips are fun. Okay, well, let's try not to get shot. And
Yeah, I don't fancy getting shot today.
for what it's worth, as soon as that cow's far enough away, I'll do something much more scary.
Cool.
Whoop. And now the bike wielder's up.
that?
She's raging.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Sorry. Like the way the audio works right there.
it sounded like Stitch.
It
Really?
sounded like Stitch, but then it like dropped halfway through.
That's even funnier.
So I'm just like, what the hell just happened?
I mean, I'm entertained. So yeah, she's charging forward at the harvester guy who isn't hurt yet to rectify that problem. All right. Let's see if mechanically the game understands rage. I think I programmed this in. Let's find out. Yes. So, boop. And boop. Cool. Boop. And violence. Thwack.
Oh shit.
So yeah, she charges in with that big old sword on her back and just cleaves it down on this guy who is still reacting to the cow charging into his friend. And he drops hard. Like, he's not formally unconscious down, but he did not expect a Goliath thrown out of nowhere screaming and hack into his shoulder, let alone for it to happen again.
That's fair.
I mean, who could have expected that? Not this guy, that's who. And... Bah!
Oh,
Okay,
no.
so she has cleaved off his left arm.
Jesus.
It's just gone. And he's stumbled to the ground here. He's not unconscious yet, but he is clearly not in a great place. And after she's done that, she's just staring over at the woman with the gun who just shot Anise twice. And then she picks up the arm of the guy that she just cut off and she throws it at her. It's not for damage, it's just for intimidation.
I mean, valid.
I would be afraid.
Yeah.
Yup.
It gives a whole new meaning to I beat a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
It's true. It's in your honor. Okay. So that was her turn. And up next we have
Oh no.
the guy who just got gored by a cow. Who just saw his friend get literally disarmed. So he's gonna try to shoot at the lady who did that, because that's even scarier than the cow at this point.
Valid, but also rude.
I mean, yeah. Whoop. Blam. Why are you rolling too?
Wait, did Bulbasaur hit me?
Oh,
No,
he's
that
got
was
disadvantage.
on Bulbasaur's behalf.
Oh, okay.
What gave him disadvantage?
Being gored?
Oh, it's because he rolled with advantage because she's raging, and it actually remembered that. That's why there were 2 dice. Because yeah, she's reckless. I'm glad the game remembers that, because I don't. Yep. So you shot her, and blam.
Oh,
Yeah, it keeps track of all that crap. Blunk. Yep, so he shoots her, and she just turns and glares at him. And he's hastily reloading his gun to fire again. But he's not going to get that done this turn. And realizes that he might have made a mistake getting her attention. And now he's going to skulk back over this way a little bit. And bump into a train and realize that it's there. And that was his turn.
get wrecked.
Now he's gonna. Alright, big guys are continuing on.
Oh shit.
Anice's turn!
Oh, good. Let's see. Anise is going to duck over here beside Johnny. Out of sight of the lady with the gun.
Fair enough.
We're gonna do. Do I have cure wounds? Did I bring cure wounds or no? I brought healing word. Okay. $2d8 plus my spell with casting ability modifier. Okay.
You gonna patch up those shoulders?
Yeah.
That's understandable.
Yeah, I healed 6. So much HP.
I mean, healing word is just a bonus action, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, healing word is so much better than cure wounds. It's crazy. It's a bonus action and it's at range.
That's true.
So hey, you can still take an action.
Yeah, I think I will cast guidance on Johnny since she's right there.
Okay.
It will drop spider climb.
Oh no.
Oh darn.
We find Johnny in the combat tracker. There we go.
Nice.
To Johnny Madcap the first.
Yeah.
The first of her name.
Oh, all right, and I think that's all I can do. I moved. I did an action. I did a bonus action.
Nice.
Cool. Let me end my turn. Oh, okay.
Penelope's turn.
Uh,
The game forgot that you had spider climb. I'm gonna turn that off now since you don't anymore.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, did I see Anna's get shot? I assume I did.
Yeah, you probably also heard her swearing about it.
Liked this shirt. Dang it. I can get the blood out, but I can't get the bullet wounds out. Motherfucker.
Oh god, she's not gonna be close enough, is she?
That bitch is getting some lightning and or fire right up her butt.
Oh jeez. No, oh wait, she could be in range. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna run back to where she is. I'm gonna let Vivi know where I'm going first. Be like, I'm gonna go see if I can help Anna. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh Jesus, I can't see. Annis, if you can hear me, cause I can't see shit. Here's some healing.
Come towards my voice.
I can't move any further. I've already maxed out my movement for the turn.
From where you started next to Vivi, like diagonal only counts as 1.
Yeah.
So 5, 10, 15, 20. Aren't you at 25?
Yeah? Okay.
So you can go 1 further than you did.
Oh, then I still can't see for some reason.
Oh, it's because she's in the dark.
Yep.
Yep, it's a different problem.
Now you're right in the spot where Annis got shot.
Oh, jeez.
You found her blood.
Oh, good. Goody gumdrops. Okay. I'm gonna cast. Hold please. Do second level healing word. Did you just fall asleep?
No.
Okay. Hold please. Healing. Oh. Let me heal Annis.
Can you see Annis?
I don't know. You know what? Yes.
Yay.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you can see Annis, then you're fine.
Yeah. I did it. Solved world hunger.
Oh, I'm like, my max is only 3. Oh no, wait, that's Hemlock's sheet. Never mind.
But yeah, I did it. That was
Excellent.
a bonus action.
Yep.
So I also got action.
Yep. You can cantrip at something.
I could cantrip at something. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna click off that second level spot.
Oh, that's right. I used guidance, which is okay. Cool.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Duh.
Well, I mean, wait. So I can't do a different spell that's an action?
Well, healing word's a bonus action, so
Yeah,
you should be
that's-
able to
you
do
can
an
do
action.
you can do an action. You can't cast a spell that's over a cantrip on the same turn that
Oh.
you use a bonus spell.
I did not know that. Okay.
It's because they don't do it in Critical Role because he house ruled it.
Okay. Well, nuts.
Fire somebody.
I've only got one of those left.
I think inspiration is your bonus action.
Oh, that too.
That too. Yeah, I got nothing. I could make more dancing left.
I mean, you could.
I don't want to draw more attention over here.
Right.
So I'm not gonna.
Okay.
I'm done. Boom. Take that,
Okay.
Richard. From Clock Tower Policies, the first.
The first of his name.
The first of his name.
I'm being punished for the fact that I put these characters on the combat tracker from the encounter tracker. Since I couldn't add them to the... Remember last time when I couldn't add them to the party sheet, so I just put them on the other thing?
Right.
Now it's punishing me for doing that, because it meant there were 2 of all of them.
Rip.
Well, now I know. So Richard is not a fan of watching people get shot in general. Mages are not big fans of guns, being the great equalizers that they are.
Tell that to Kiritsugu and the...
They do. They don't like that. Doesn't stop it from being effective. So he's going to go and show them how they do it in Clock Tower.
How we do things in Hotel Clock Tower.
Yup. So he's got a decent range. Let's see if he's got enough range to be a proper pain in the ass. Boop. Let's see what the distance is.
7,000 feet.
So that is, say, 120?
I said 7,000.
No, I think it says 120.
Oh, it says 120. I say 1,000.
So the fun thing about 120 is that is exactly the range of Magic Missile.
Oh, good.
So he doesn't have to move. He's going to do that. Boop. So, yeah. So, seeing the lady who just shot at, new friend allies, he's going to start doing violence. Bonk. Bonk. Bonk.
Fun there.
Did you see all 3 of those or just 2 of them?
Two.
I only see 2. I guess one of them didn't go through. Well, that won't accept. We must do more.
We must do more violence. Violence.
There you go. So yeah, Richard on his stairs, after seeing Johnny do the finger guns, is just like, I'm not doing it that way. And so he takes out his little pocket watch and he spins it around a little bit. And then kind of like a slingshot, like an old style sling, not like a Y-shaped one. He slings 3 magic missiles from the stairs all the way across the battlefield. And they all smash into the woman while she's reloading her gun. And the look on her face says she did not think she was within range of anyone hitting her.
What you get?
So he did that. And having done that now, he's going to step over here and get out of recoil range. Boop. So many NPCs. Whisperhex. It's a lot of distance to cover. Let's see what she can do. Yep, so she's gonna just start running.
Just ran over Penelope.
She jumped over the two of you. She jumped over you from the stairs.
Oh, good.
Yep. And once she gets to this part, she takes a hard right and starts sort of, not quite parkouring, but just like vaulting over this mess and around it to get to this side of the train. And when she does, you see her turn and look inside of the back door, and then she shouts back, "I don't see him in this one." And that's the extent of where she can get in that amount of movement.
Ah.
So that's that for now. And up next, it's Hemlock. Yay! What does Hemlock want to do?
What does Hemlock want to do? Let me check. Let me check something.
Rolls for attachment to Hemlock.
60-foot radius. Okay. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Okay. Hemlock is going to move. Let's see. Still, it's a 60-foot radius.
Is it 60 or is it 30?
60-foot radius for the Haunting Melody.
Okay.
So can he still be high up, or does he need to be closer to the ground?
He'd probably have to get pretty close to keep them within that.
All right. So he's gonna hang out. Is there a behind to these stairs?
You mean like getting under them?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an under area. It's not visible in the map, but it's not like a solid block. Like there's like a little bench down there, similar to the other benches that you can see.
Yeah, so he's gonna get down there and he's gonna do the Haunting Melody.
Okay. In which direction?
Mainly towards the three big guys, and also the hunter that's over there. But if the anime dude and the grumbly chick get caught in it too, oh well.
Then so be it. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna draw a cone, and we're gonna see how big that gets. I think that's about 60. So that about what you're aiming for?
Yeah.
Cool. Like it's one higher, but yeah. Okay. Then we're gonna start doing some saves.
Let's see. It's for 4 rounds.
Well, then they're gonna be in a spot. Make them all do some wisdom
Must
saves.
succeed a DC 14 will saving throw.
Does it still say will? I really need to update that.
It's also capitalized, so it's like a will saving throw.
Haha.
Are we saving Will? Sure. What are we saving him from? I don't know.
Where did I write that? Oh, is that on the Anise sheet? That's what it is. I'm looking on Hemlock sheet, and I'm like, I programmed it correctly on Hemlock sheet.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it from Anice's sheet because I'm lazy.
No, that's fair. That makes sense. Like, I updated it on there, and I forgot to backtrack and update it on the other one. Okay.
Gotcha.
I'm going to do this off of Hemlock because it's Hemlock's thing. So let's drag some stuff at people. Okay. Why is it only showing some of them? Which one of you did it not acknowledge?
Okay, so if it says success, it means they succeeded.
It means they succeeded, yeah.
Okay.
Because it's their saving throws.
Yeah, I only see 2 of the creatures.
Like, I see
And then the Harvester Hunter.
3 of them. Yeah, the last one. It seems to be situationally missing sometimes when I drag them. Last one.
Cool.
All right, so you saw that one.
Yes.
Okay, so that means you said it was 4 rounds?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's just program that into 4. And I will drag that onto them. So the ones who failed were...
Or until you or your companions do anything harmful.
Yeah. So the ones who failed were the hunter and the number 3. Okay.
Creature that successfully saves is not subject to that Nisoi song for 24 hours. That continues for as long as the Nisoi sings and for 1 round thereafter. So it's actually 5 rounds.
I mean, they are powerful. Yeah. If it turns out to be incredibly useful because it's not an ability that's natively in 5e, then I might drop that down to like a 30-foot radius. But for now, we'll see what happens. That's how we learn. So yeah, 2 of them are charmed. And therefore, they are going to be distracted for a bit. Good job, Hemlock. Way to disrupt. Try not to get shot. Boop. Oh, right in front. All right, so this guy has just seen his partner get shot with magic. That's not ideal. And can hear a noise from somewhere, but it's... Well, actually, no, he can't because it's a radius. Then if he could hear it, he'd have to save. So never mind. He's not aware at all of the nonsense going on behind him, and that's funny. That said, he's gonna pull out a bullhorn. Or not a bullhorn, an air horn. And he's just gonna go... Or whatever that means.
Fair and valid.
Yeah. And who knows what that means. And then he's gonna pull out a gun.
It means he's gonna drop some sick beats.
Quite possibly. He's gonna try to shoot at the lady who just cut off someone's arm and then threw it in his direction. Which, I mean, I get that. I would also be afraid, but I don't know if this is a good choice on his part. Ooh! 2 3s. You missed. You messed up. Alright, and that was the extent of his action. And up next we have the guy who now has 1 arm. Who is so very close to being done. He's weighing his options. He doesn't like them. And he's going to take the disengage action and he's going to run. Because he just lost an arm. He is stumbling around too.
That's fair.
That's about as far as he's going to get. And new turn. Whoosh, back to her first because it reshuffles every time.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, it feels a bit more extreme when there's this many things on that. We might turn that off if we get future big fights. It might be way more swingy in that context. So yeah, she's reloading her gun. And she's gonna shoot at the big scary lady. And she's gonna miss. And she's gonna stop, clear her breathing. It's fine. People shoot back all the time. This is war. This is what happens. She's gonna fire again. She's gonna miss again. Shit. And she's making a run to get on the train. All right. Boop. Creature number 2 is waiting for orders from someone who is charmed. Creature number 1 is waiting for orders from someone who is charmed. Hemlock's turn. Singing continues, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah. Richard's turn. Sneak up a little bit. Well, that's dramatic. Pew pew goes the Richard. Doink. So much violence. Yeah, he's ducking around the edge of this and just chucking magic missiles at that same lady who's apparently shooting off in your direction still. You get the impression that Richard is really not a big fan of firearms based on how much he's pursuing this lady to one-up her with magic missile.
That's valid.
And he's getting some decent magic missile rolls. So, yep. 3 more missiles fly around the edge of this thing and pelt into her, staggering her back a little bit. And then he shouts out over all of this mess in English. I don't know if any of you are mages, but this is policies, so you might want to stop now. And we'll see if that goes anywhere. Something tells me it won't.
I'll warm you up.
Whoa.
You guys are getting all weird over there. All right. Yep. So having checked into that, Whisperhex is running forward. She's ignoring this guy who's about to die. Do 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 do.
What was the word?
Do 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 do.
Ah.
All right, so she's gonna get up here, and she doesn't quite have enough time to get around and look inside this car, but she's hoping to on her next action.
Yeah. Get it, Whisperhex.
Okay, now it's this guy again. He's still almost dead. Wow, it's weird how initiative swings so heavily when there's this many people and it rerolls.
Right.
Yep, he's running. He's not about this life.
He's just like, nope.
Nope. Nope. About to there. And just for a reminder, is Hemlock under the stairs?
Yeah, under the
Cool.
stairs.
Okay, then no, he doesn't see a bird. Awesome.
He's invisible anyway, so.
Yeah. I'm mostly making sure he's not going to have a chance to trip on a bird. Because he doesn't know. He's distracted. He just lost one of his arms. Oh, he grabs his arm. That's what he did. He grabbed his arm on the way over. Since it was thrown in this direction. He's picked up his arm. Alright, so she is charmed. Which doesn't mean she's stunned. It just means that she's very distracted. So she's not attacking anyone. But she is walking over here. Just to see what's going on, everybody. She's not messing with her controls at all. She's kind of in a daze. And Creature 3 is also in a daze. Just going to kind of walk in the direction of that cool music that seems to be making it pretty happy. But not very quickly. Uh-oh. She's up. She is looking for a target. She sees the woman who shot her. Yep. There's really only one way to do this. Brrr. Some distance. And some more distance. And even with her fast movement, I don't think she could get there. And that's not in one action, so she doesn't have enough time to actually attack her, but she's definitely gotten right here in front of her and is waiting for her to make a move. Hi.
Right. No. Hello. Oh, man.
You seem like you would be fun to fight, so let us do that.
It's Derek.
It's Derek's turn.
He's a hoe. Kind of.
And at that point, Derek, poof, disappears down to here, to right behind the lady, and then he just sort of does his Batman whisper. You shot her twice. Not cool. And then he proceeds to Derek at her.
Watch out, he's gonna be a hero.
Gonna try.
Right.
So he's gonna start punching the shit out of the back of her. So, bat. And he's gonna crit. And
Sometimes the dice just write the narrative.
hey, he's mad. He's mad and he's rolling with advantage. It works out.
They shot his lady friend. I'd be mad too. Ooh, oh
Yep.
buddy.
So he whispers in her ear behind her because he wasn't there a second ago. Not cool. And then he slams his hands together on the sides of her head and like boxes both of her ears in.
Oof. Ew.
Then he does it again.
Oh no.
Okay, well that had advantage, so we're just gonna roll that twice. All
Yeah.
right. Okay, that's not the correct roll, which is good because it doesn't even count.
Automatic.
I grabbed the wrong part. This is the damage roll. Thwack. So after he boxes her ears in, he then kicks her in the side forward towards the big Goliath lady who says she'd be fun to fight. And after she bumps into the big Goliath lady and just the big Goliath lady doesn't move at all, she stumbles backwards and he just chops into the back of her neck.
Thingy.
So he's just sort of doing the thing in video games where you get someone up against a wall and you just repeatedly hit them into the wall. The wall just happens to be a giant, scary biker lady. And so he's flurried into her pretty hard here. And then as she's standing there, like, you know, getting beaten senseless and is in a very bad place, he says, now say you're sorry because she's more forgiving than I am. No, not the Goliath. No, she's gonna kill you. But say you're sorry to the nice lady over there that you shot. And that is Derek's turn.
Get it, Derek.
It's Anice's turn.
Oh. Okay, weirdly,
I think
I'm in Hemlock again, yeah. Once again, I have to drag Hemlock over.
That's fine. We know what Hemlock's doing. I'll leave the big thing up so we know where Hemlock was.
And he's so fast.
Whoosh.
Oh no, did it? What
I would
is
just
going on?
drag him over and leave him there.
Okay.
You could do that. That's fine.
Okay. Anise is healed, so she's going to move.
Yep.
About here. Would I have at least partial cover here?
Yeah, you've got partial cover there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so I see one dude that's pretty damaged. I see Derek just pinballing her back and forth with Rika.
Yep.
I see Elias the biggest fan sometimes.
Yep.
I probably know Hemlock is doing his thing with the big guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a perception check too.
Okay.
Nice. Okay, so you know how you're ducked down behind a bunch of like boxes and whatnot?
Mm-hmm.
While you're ducking behind them, you notice that one of the last things that was going to be loaded up is a box containing about half a dozen potions that look kind of familiar to you.
Oh no. Oh no.
How familiar?
Like you might have traded them for General Tso's chicken and a bag about a night ago.
Oh, interesting. I don't remember which ones I traded though.
I have them, and I can tell
Okay.
you, because there was always a chance you would have a chance to get them back, and you
That's
did.
true.
So let's get your list up here.
And I'm just gonna Anise is taking the bag for sure, so
Yeah.
I'm just gonna add them back to my inventory.
I can do that for you.
Oh, cool.
So, but I'm going to tell you it's a potion of cold resistance, potion of fire resistance, potion of force resistance, potion of healing, 2 potions of poison, and a potion of poison resistance. What I have here. If that doesn't sound correct, let me know and I will go check the recording.
That sounds right.
Okay. Well, then I will drop those right back into your inventory.
Okay. So I've got Call Lightning, but I think I have to be outside to do that because I need to have like clouds.
I think Call Lightning does more damage if there's already a storm. I don't remember if you have to be outside.
The storm cloud appears in the shape of a cylinder that's 10 feet tall with a 60-foot radius centered on a point you can see within range directly above you. Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
And then you can use it to strike at things within a radius, if I recall correctly.
Each creature within 5 feet must make a dex saving throw. Creature takes 3d10 lightning on a failed save, or half as much on a success.
Bring in the storm?
I think I will.
Okay, how big is it?
The cloud is... Shoot, I just had it. Where'd it go? The cloud is 60 feet. Yeah, 10 feet tall, 60-foot radius.
Okay.
And then I guess anywhere within that... Yeah, a point I can see under the cloud is where I can do the lightning strike.
Does it stay with you if you move, or does it just where you make it?
It's just stationary, yeah.
Okay.
So I would like to put it... Probably about right here. By the anime dude.
By the anime dude? Oh, okay.
Well, I've got rain.
Yeah, I'm cycling through our options. Storm clouds. Oh, there's a lot of crap in here that I never use. Let's go with rain. I think the rain is probably the closest to it.
Turn around for 2 seconds and suddenly clouds.
Whoosh. Except I'm going to give it a rate. Actually, that's really hard to see. We're going to go back to clouds.
Look at it breathe.
Hold on.
On them hoes.
Intense. All right, I'm going to cut that into a circle now. And where is my circle? You said it was a 60-foot radius?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's big. I'm just going to make it the whole map. I don't even care anymore. We know where it's
now,
centered.
if the room is too small, I can't do the cloud.
It's not too small. I'm just not going to bother drawing a circle that's going to be anywhere that you care about.
Cool.
So there you go. It is quite doom and gloom in here.
Is there actual rain?
No, it's just a cloud.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I'll set it over to the cloud just to be less ambiguous. How's that?
Cool.
It's a concentration spell, so you can't spider climb anymore.
We figured that out already.
Yeah.
Up to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Choose a point I can see under the cloud. Bolt of light. Actually, I should make sure I can actually see. Let me move the map. Oh yeah, I can see anime, dude. Like, I might be getting blocked by that lamp, but...
You can see him.
Okay.
Like, I'm not worried about your ability to see him.
Yeah, so I want to call lightning down directly on his stupid face.
Okay, so since you're casting the spell, I think you have to click on it once just to turn it on. That's his save, right? 4 Anise, 2 Anise.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, what? Maybe...
Alright, so now you have the effect on.
Oh, okay, cast I would need to drag onto him. I think since I just hit cast, it thought it was casting it on me. Okay, anime man, where are you?
Do.
He succeeded, so he takes half damage.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah. I think that's how that works. So you can
So I've got an attack, and I've got damage.
Let me see. Call lightning. You and your millions of spells. All right. So
I think I just dragged the damage over to him. I'm not sure what the attack is.
Because
it's blank.
I am expanding it. That's spider climb. I'm an idiot. Let's try again. Call lightning circle spell. Yeah, just click on him to target him and just click effect. Or click damage, sorry. The effect is already going. Yeah, click damage. Zap. And yeah, it's already halving it. So.
And then anyone within 5 feet also... I don't think there's anyone within 5 feet of him. I think it's just him.
Nope, it's just him.
Cool.
But he got zapped.
Alright, so that was in my action. My action. I can
You can hear him screaming from across the room. Fucking mages!
I can do a bonus action if I want.
Yeah.
I think the only bonus action I have is healing word, and like, I'm fully healed, and I don't know that anyone else that I care about is taking.
And since you cast a spell, you can't healing word.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So, cool.
Alright, yep, that's my turn.
Awesome.
Let me in my turn.
Okay. So now the guy who just got struck by lightning is up. Fucking mages, fucking mages. I hate fucking mages. Everything fucking mages. This is not fair. None of this is fair. I'm gonna go this way. So does entering Hemlock's thing mean he has to make a save?
Sure does.
All right. Then let's make him do that.
Oh, you're doing it?
Yeah, I'll make him do it. Just so you don't have to go digging for it, because I've already got a million things open anyway. Hemlock, where are you at in the list, buddy? Oh, you're way up there, because you rolled high this time. Went from the bottom to nearly the top.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hemlock's gonna make you save. And he did. Moving on. All right, so he hears bird noises, doesn't know what that's about, and he's continuing on this way. He's just bailing, like he got struck by lightning. So he's around this far. He is making a run for the other train that doesn't have people on it. And he's just blasting his air horn the entire time. Burr, 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 burr. boy, the biggest fan's up.
Oh man, what's he gonna do?
Oh, he has so many things that have always worked for him.
What are you gonna do, Elias, our second favorite harvester?
I mean, honestly, he's my favorite just because
His
of
life
how
is
much
so
of
bad.
fucking.
And Leopold is my
Dick he
favorite
is.
because I wielded him as a weapon.
I mean, if you do it enough times, you too can become proficient in Leopold. Yeah, he's not seeing this go well now that lightning is coming down from above.
Yeah, that's never happened before.
That's a new one. This is escalating pretty badly for him. So he's gonna...
What you gonna do? No.
Poof!
Where did he go?
That's a good question. Yep. He poofed.
I thought his token got deleted again.
Nope!
Damn it.
Anise, you saw Leopold muttering some stuff under his breath and then disappear.
Or Elias.
Elias, yeah. Leopold has disappeared as a cow.
Leopold is a cow.
Mutters in cow.
Speaking of cows.
Yep, it's his turn. Leopold continues to move at full cow speed away from all that. Keep going, buddy.
Mer?
If he hadn't gotten turned into a cow, he was probably just gonna get fucking killed.
It's true. The best part of him being a cow is that cows can't see in the dark. So he's running into the dark.
It's just not a good day or amount of time.
I mean, this might be the only thing that saves him. His buddy just lost an arm. Like, that's not going to get reattached. At least not through any normal means.
We wouldn't have killed Leopold.
Don't kill Leopold.
We'll kill the other dudes that don't have names. It's fine.
Oh, no.
I would like to specify my comedy in the fact that, so it keeps track of the cow Leopold and like default Leopold. They have the same initiative count again, both rounds.
Oh, jeez.
So, cool. It's Johnny's turn. All right. So Johnny, seeing all this nonsense go on.
She still has guidance.
Yep. Wait, is it
Oh.
guidance concentration?
Oh, I guess it expired when I did
Yeah.
call lightning. Never mind.
It's all good. I mean, she's still got blessing, so she'll probably be fine. Yep. Johnny's gonna run up a little bit to there. Then she's gonna draw a line. Let's see how that works. Oh, that's fortunate. Okay. And Johnny is going to unleash another Eldritch Blast.
I Eldritch Blast. Oh my god, she actually could do the accent too.
Eldritch Blast.
Shit.
Where you at? Where you at? All right, I'm going to have to reprogram this later because it's not using your spell attack, but I'll know if it's right or not. Zap. And, well, that's because it's not adding her spell attack, so let's factor that in. I think she still hits with her numbers added. I think the game doesn't know how to handle warlocks because they're weird.
That's valid.
Case in point, Anise has slots for them for some reason on her sheet. Let's see. What is her AC? Her AC is that number. Johnny's number added is... I think it's one short.
Yep, that works.
Spell attack plus proficiency. Oh, no, that hits. Yep, she gets there. Nice. Yeah, I need to reprogram her later, but in the meantime, Eldritch Blast. Bloop. Zap. She's getting it from every side right now, considering she's still getting pummeled at this moment by a monk. And now it's Vivi's turn.
Get him, Vivi.
Well, this is escalating quickly. I kind of want that guy to stay cow, though. So... I appreciate just how much of Vivi's list is concentration spells, because she's used to acting alone.
Oh, no.
Right, so let's just get out here a little bit. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, hi. You look like you're in a bad place. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
What are you doing, Vivi?
Stuff. Vivi stuff.
Oh, no.
All right, I'm going to roll first, and then we will flavor it according to success or failure.
Oh, dear.
That is not enough. Excellent.
Was that a success or a fail?
Oh, that is a fail. Vivi's save is absolutely higher than 13. So Vivi's going to shout over to the lady with the gun who's currently getting pummeled. And... Ooh, that's a good number. She's going to shout over... I don't really know any other way to say it. You fucked up real bad. It's going to end badly for you. It's going to end badly for your cow. Dishonor for everyone.
Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow.
Yeah, she's fumbling the line, but you know what she's going for.
Oh, no.
It's one of those things where she'll get the lines right when she does a lot of damage. Less so when she doesn't. But more importantly, the Vicious Mockery did work for the purposes of giving her disadvantage on the next attack roll that she tries to make. Which, considering how surrounded she is right now, it's not looking good for her.
No.
Vivi's just rocking those cantrips right now, though. She's going to let the cow get a little further away before she brings out anything bigger. Okay. Boop. Whose turn is it?
It's me.
It's Penelope.
Alright, she's... apparently I'm just trying to click on things and it's not working. Okay. Let's see. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn my short legs. Okay. Okay, well she's gonna hop up right there.
Yep.
Damn it.
Yeah. Big map.
Big map, short legs. Can't do much.
Yeah.
Yep. That's about all I got. This movement.
Aw.
It's fine. Okay. That's it.
Don't you have... You've got a 60-foot range if you want to make fun of somebody.
I mean, I already ended my turn.
I mean, like, you didn't take an action, though, right? You just moved.
Right.
So if you want to use Vicious Mockery or something, you can.
Is there anybody in the range?
There's that guy over there on the right. 60 feet's a long way.
True.
The one who's over near Vivi. If you want to.
How do you do the thing again where you target, or you see how far a target is?
So you right click and then you choose pointers. It should be the top left option. And then you can just choose an arrow. And then once you do that, you can click and drag on Penelope to get an arrow coming from Penelope.
Okay. Okay. Nope.
Like that.
Oh. Oh.
I made one for Vivi just to give you context.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Oh, sorry, I deleted yours by accident.
So, no, that's totally fine because I know exactly what she's gonna do.
Yeah.
Gotta find this person on the list. Okay, I'm gonna do the same thing where I roll, and then depending on how the flavor goes.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Okay, so they failed.
Yep.
Right?
They failed.
So now I roll the damage. Right? Yeah.
Yep. Bonk.
Okay, yeah, no, that didn't go quite as well as she would have liked. So she's gonna be like, "Yeah, you suck."
We've got a consensus. All the halflings hate you. But that did hurt her feelings.
Good.
Like 2 whole damage worth.
That's what she gets.
And even though it doesn't really stack, I'm going to let it stack anyway and say that she has 2 instances of disadvantage. So her next 2 attacks will be with disadvantage.
Sweet.
Game doesn't know what to do with that, and I think that's fine. Okay, so Keg Tapper's up. He just watched all these other people go up and heal Anise. He's like, I guess I don't need to do that. Okay. I'm going to come up here and do what I can. Make things a little better. Boop, burp, 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 burp. So he's gonna run up here.
You okay?
And he's gonna cast a spell. Yep, he's going to run up and he's going to cast a spell that results in a giant it's sort of strange, but it actually does look like a giant beer stein. Just appears right above the guy to the right of Vivi. And then he tries to swing it down El Kabong style on his head.
Oh no.
Oh, it's a spiritual weapon.
Yup.
Oh no.
And we'll see if it works. Oh, they programmed spiritual weapon in weird. Alright, we'll add to that in a minute. But first, it'll miss. Doesn't even matter, because he rolled a 2. But hey, it's a big scary stein that's just swinging around that guy. That's right, it's empty. Don't you feel stupid? And then we move on to that guy who's going to pull out his gun.
Ah!
He's going to try to fire back at the one who just called him stupid. And he's going to miss. And he's also going to miss Anise because it'd be mean to make him hit. And he's going to make a run for this train. And that's that. Cow Leopold wins.
The cow.
Oh no. Okay, Cow Leopold successfully leaves the map.
And then it's Vivi and
Yeah,
Emma.
yeah.
Alright, Cow Leopold has officially left combat.
You know, Cow Leopold, he's got the right idea.
He seems to understand what's going on here.
He's like, I'm done. I just want to eat grass.
He's happy. Alright, and so, since Cow Leopold is gone now, one thing that you definitely notice is occurring is that all of those trains are blowing whistles, so to speak, and you're getting the impression that they're starting to move. Like, they're not actually moving yet, but the locking mechanism seems to be releasing. Like, they're gonna go soon. It's probably what that air horn was about.
Oh, shit.
And now it's Vivi's turn. Okay, so the cow thing was fun, but we need to do more than that.
Yeah.
We should probably get on those trains before they leave. So, I'm gonna do this. And let's draw a line. Oh, that's a different layer level. Noted. I don't know if I can do this too easily, but will this let me draw a line? I don't know if you can. Oh, that's really crude. Let me just make sure this actually works the way I think it does.
It's just like...
I see.
Yep. We're just going to use this arrow, because that's what it was supposed to do. I thought it was going to let me actually draw a line, and then it was stupid. So, let's get rid of that.
Oh, no.
So, what's happening here is Vivi clears her throat, and then she starts to sing in a very loud voice. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. But anyway, we're leaving. Bye. And a giant glowing wall forms all the way across that. And everyone on that side of the wall is stuck on that side of the wall.
Go all the way up to the ceiling?
All the way up to the ceiling.
Oh, no, Hemlock.
Hemlock.
Well, actually, let me check that it's all the way up to the ceiling. I couldn't be entirely wrong. Ba-bum. Actually, no, I stand corrected. It is 10 feet tall.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
should be fine. It's something that can go all the way up to the ceiling, but it doesn't have to, and she knows better. So, it is a 10-foot tall across the entire room that way wall. Okay, everybody pick a train. And she's gonna start making a run for this way. Try to scrunch around this. I'll try to get the far one. And that's her turn. Anise is up.
Yeah, I guess Anise will book it for train 2 also. Actually, let me actually move. I was about there.
Yeah.
Okay. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So that's the movement.
Yep. And then you can dash action if you so desire.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
Bloop.
You still got your bonus if you want to lightning somebody.
And now that I'm over here, I can see the anime dude again.
You can.
So I absolutely want to lightning him again.
Go for it.
Okay. Where are you, Call Lightning? Okay. Do I? So I cast it at him again, and he has to try and save again. Okay.
Yeah, essentially. He's going to try to save, and then we'll determine what happens damage-wise. He failed.
So he takes full damage.
Yup.
Cool.
Light him up.
Let 'em up, up.
Blam, zappity zap. Okay, yeah, lightning strikes down from above in the room. The storm is getting more and more intense. The storm is actually, like the clouds with the lightning, make it a little easier to see what would otherwise be an invisible wall. Just to beyond Derek, and you can see with the lightning striking down, it actually hits the guy and jumps off of him to almost hit the light fixture just to his right. It doesn't quite get there, but he yelps again. Fucking mages!
I'm a druid, actually.
Fucking druids!
This is Mother Nature's way of calling you a bitch.
Fair enough. Okay. So
yeah, that's it. I'm done. Oh,
that
I'm
is
my
fair.
turn.
Okay, so she's just up here charmed watching lightning fly around, going like, that's not okay. Huh. She's going to walk over here a little bit, bump into a wall that she just now realizes is there and go, huh. She's going to, hey, your arm's gone. Oh, there it is. That's her exciting turn. Control spells, everybody. Anise, do you want me to kill her? She shot you twice.
No, we should keep her alive to interrogate her at least.
Okay. You're lucky. You have no idea how lucky you are. She is so nice to you. Also, I'm a hero, so I'm not supposed to kill people, but between you and me, watcha! Oh, that would have been way cooler if she was on my screen, so I could actually just drop it immediately. Just got too many layers. There she is. Oh, you forgot she has advantage. We'll roll it twice anyway. Just in case. Doot. Yeah, we're sticking with the first one. So, they both hit. Neither is a crit. That's what matters. Blam. Smacks her. Like, as he's asking if you want him to kill her, he's hitting her. Alright, so she said not to kill you, so I'm not going to do that. It would not be a very noble thing for me to do. And that time you missed it. See, I'm being very generous. You're welcome. Just want you to know, between you and me, really don't like you. And also, whack! I would recommend lying down before that big lady gets a turn. Just FYI. Because I don't think she cares what my lady friend is requesting. Anyway, that train's gonna go, so bye. He's gonna run over here.
Is he going for train 3 or?
He's going for 3 because he doesn't see anyone else going for 3 yet. He might be one of the only ones who can get there in time. So he's making a run for that. She's gonna try to swing at him, but I don't like her odds, considering she has double disadvantage. Where is she? Did she roll really badly this time? Yep, she did. Okay, cool. She's gonna try to hit him. And she misses. He doesn't even care. Just swoops away as she swings a knife at him. Fuck you too. Boop. Oh, this doesn't end well for her. All right, so she has a raging Goliath on her. And so the message is understood that we're not necessarily trying to kill the woman. Necessarily. So she puts her sword away, and she pulls out her pipe. Her exhaust pipe. And then she looks down at the woman and says, "Just so you know, this hurts." And how?
Oh.
So, after she says, "Just so you know this hurts," she then takes the pipe and just backhands her with it. And thankfully, she's not trying to kill her, so we're not going to actually have that kill her. But she is unconscious. So, she is absolutely unconscious. And she then picks her up and slumps her over her shoulder. All right, well, I guess we're going to do this part then. Wrong voice. I don't even care. It's late. And she calmly walks around all of you and goes toward the train. She's not on top of it. In fact, since enough of you are here already, done. There you go. Train magic.
Oh.
Making sure you can actually see that.
Yeah.
Cool. It's the thing that I wish I'd known how to do back when I made the stupid castle. So yeah, she walks down here and she climbs on the back of the second train. And then she looks over at the anime dude who keeps getting struck by lightning. And then she laughs at him. You are bug zapped. And then she holds up the woman that she just beat up and she moves her hand to wave at him. Okay.
Oh, it's Hemlock's turn?
Yep.
Yep, it's Hemlock's turn. Whoosh.
Oh, he was all the way over there.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's because I had to move him.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
He's gonna drop the Nasoi haunting melody so that he doesn't accidentally get anyone else in it, like any of our allies. Let me move him back to where he was.
Sure.
Okay, he was like there.
Okay. He can cover a lot of ground if he chooses to just fly.
Yeah, I'll just have him come hang
Okay.
out.
He perches on you?
Yep.
Okay.
That's about it.
That is a productive turn. Like, honestly, he took a lot of the problem out of the fight for you, so he did his job today.
Yeah.
All right, anime dude is running like hell. not even bothering to shoot anymore. Oh, his distance is just short. He's gonna be sad. But that's him.
Okie doke. We'll wrap this up as soon as we can, so we're not being
Yep. Up next is the keg tapper, who's gonna climb onto this train down here. So I'm gonna... Ah, the train disappeared. That wasn't the plan. There you go. So he's gonna climb on down here. And when he sees the guy that was trying to retreat on the train, he's gonna go, hi. And then he's gonna punch him. And by punch him, I mean he's going to hit him in the face with a Morning Star. Here you go. Enjoy. Please, enjoy this violence. Wham. And then he's going to have his cup float over and try to hit him. And the cup is still empty. Let's do what we can. And that guy is now going to try to hit him back. Because he's got a stick, apparently. He's got a club, and he's just going to go swinging. They're just sort of scuffling on the back of the train now. And a miss. And a hit. So he swings the club at him once, and it just sort of pops harmlessly off the side of his giant Goliath body. And then he swings it around again as Cactapper starts laughing and pops him right in the gut. Ow, that was rude. But not rude enough to break up my concentration on Blessing. You tried, though. Good try. Good show. Good effort. I will hurt you next turn. Boop. Oh. No one knows where Elias is.
Nope.
Well, that's not entirely... Anise, give me a perception check.
Perception. Nope.
No worries. I'm just going to tell you in the meta, but Anise doesn't know it. What you missed out on was Invisible Elias bumping into an invisible wall and swearing. He didn't understand how that worked. He's just trying to get the hell out. This is not going his way, and he's learned what happens when he messes with you people. He didn't even want to be here today. Alright, guy with one arm is grabbing his arm and running away. We are going to count him as out of combat. Doop. There he goes. Johnny's gonna go hop on the train. Johnny's gonna violence against the guy who's fighting her big friend. Johnny's gonna not even need her bonuses. Zap! Johnny's gonna knock him the fuck out. So yeah, when she climbs up on the train, she sees them scuffling. She just saw her new Goliath friend get hit in the gut. And as he goes, I'm going to hurt you next turn. She's like, no, dance card's full. Zap! And just knocks him completely unconscious with an Eldritch Blast that sends him falling off the train. There he goes. Well, that was a thing. Penelope turn.
Oh god. Well, Penelope had a plan, and then that guy got knocked unconscious, so... Shit. Okay. Fuck. Okay. So, question about the trains.
Yes.
Are there? Okay, I'm not gonna. This is not me actually moving Penelope. I'm just gonna drag her so I can
Sure.
indicate what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So are those doors?
Like on that part on the side?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are closed, but they are technically doors.
Okay.
They're like the big slidey doors that you would use to load.
Okay. Shit, I don't have enough movement for that either.
I mean, technically, the side that you're on is closed. You don't know if the one on the opposite side is closed, but that doesn't really help you right now.
Nope, but she also just can't get over there.
Yeah, because that sprint, you have what, like 50 feet?
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay. You have your movement, and then if your action is a dash, you have your movement again. So I think that's 50 for you.
Yeah. All right, hold on a second.
So you could make it over there, but you don't know if you'd be able to get the doors open.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be able to open the doors because dashing would be my action.
Mm-hmm.
Really gonna try and do something to stop the trains, and I can't do that now. Okay. Weird question.
Mm-hmm.
Did Penelope ever see Anime Guy?
She saw him from a distance when the fight started.
Okay.
She hasn't seen him since lightning hit him and he started running away.
Okay. So okay, does seeing somebody count as being familiar with them? Or at least
it is a level closer familiar. Which thing are you trying to do?
I'm gonna try and cast Sending on Anime Guy.
Yeah, you should be able to do that.
Because he's the only person I know, technically, that's on this side that is not currently unconscious.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do that.
All right. So I'm gonna cast Sending. Send a message to this guy.
Straight to his head.
Right to his head. So I'm gonna click that. Okay.
Yep.
She's gonna send him a message that's please stay where you are. I don't want to hurt you. We need to talk.
Okay.
That's it.
This is gonna be weird. Let's roll persuasion with your brain.
Brain persuasion. Oh my god, I need my mouse to cooperate.
I mean,
shit.
that might work.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. So he's allowed to reply with Sending, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's gonna reply to you. Oh fuck, they're in my head. Mages are scary. I don't want any more trouble. Please don't kill us. Ah! He's not actually clarifying if he's stopping or not, but you've clearly scared the shit out of him.
Yep. Alright, well, she's gonna go ahead and Oh God, no! I don't have any good actions, no matter what I do.
I mean, the thing that you did just might have caused something. Just because he didn't say anything doesn't mean you haven't influenced his action.
Yeah.
Just to clarify.
Yeah, I got nothing else I can do.
Okay. Okie dokie. Gonna skip a whole bunch of people who
shit.
can't do anything. Nope. 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 There's Richard. Look, it's Richard, everybody.
What's up, Richard?
Are you trying to get to that other train?
I'm trying to get through that train to that last guy.
Okay. Let's see what I can do. And I'm gonna see what he can do. Pretty sure he can do that. Oh, this is funny. This is not a thing I've had to look up. How heavy is Penelope?
You never ask a lady how much she weighs.
It's
I
true.
don't know.
That's something you make up.
I
Basically.
know.
Like how tall?
Wow, I
I
didn't
mean-
even come up with it.
Considering she's small and her heavy stuff is in a bag of holding, I think this is fine.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna do this the fancy way. Check out the power of Clock Tower. Merp, 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 merp. Pardon me. And he reaches down and he sort of puts his hand on your shoulder. And then he's gonna dimension door both of you. Whoosh. All right, middle train or far train?
Far train.
Okay. And whoosh. Come out slightly different orientation, but there you are. Poof.
Sweet.
All right. That was the thing. And you can see the guy that you just used suggestion on. He's not on the train. He's just sort of like whimpering, leaning against it, leaning against the post thing that seems to signal him. And he's just sort of holding his air horn, like he's trying to decide what he needs to do right now.
Jeez.
You are free to interact with him if you wish, since Richard's essentially letting you use the rest of his turn, and a thing that doesn't normally work in D&D, but we're in narrative time and no one's attacking anyone, so why not?
True. Okay. Can I use an action?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna try something that still hasn't fucking worked this entire time,
Go for it.
but I'm gonna try it anyway.
We're operating on narrative time more than actual initiative at this point, because I literally just skipped over like 8 people to get to this next turn.
Okay. She's gonna walk up to the guy.
Yep.
And she's gonna look him straight in the eyes. And she's like, "All right, are you listening to me?"
Yeah, he's matching eyes with you now.
Okay. She's going to look him straight in the eyes and be like, "I want you to make sure that these trains do not leave the station and that any of your captives leave unharmed." And she's casting Mystic Eyes of Suggestion.
Okay. Cool. I think you have that program done.
Yep, I'm gonna do it right now.
Give him a boot.
I'm gonna actually, before I do that, I'm gonna find him on the fucking list because there's so many people. Here he is. Please work. Please work. Oh my fucking god, did it actually work?
Yeah, he didn't pass. He rolled a 7, which is not enough. You got him. So what's happening here is you've stared him dead in the eye to do this. And you've got, like, hands right at his shoulders, like, listen to me, pay attention. And your eyes very briefly flash red. And when that happens, his eyes sort of glaze over as he looks back at you. And then he pulls up his little bullhorn And you know how before he was going, "Bow, bow, bow, bow." Instead now he's going, "Bow, bow, 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 bow." And there's no telling what that means, but he seems to be completely stuck staring at you. Like, that was not a very conscious action on his part.
Did you call them off? Did you stop the trains?
If they heard it, they'll stop. That was the signal that the last thing was a false alarm.
Okay. Well, thank you for doing that.
Just don't hurt me. This is
Okay,
enough.
I won't.
Stop Thor from killing me.
Who?
The lightning? The thunder? I don't know. Thor?
Oh, don't worry. I can keep her from doing that.
Zeus? I don't know. I'm bad at school. Ramu? Quetzalcoatl? I play a lot of video games.
Start naming Final Fantasy summons.
That do lightning damage, yes.
Like, don't worry. I can get her to stop. I need you to do me another favor.
I mean, you've got him for a bit.
Do you have any hostages on these trains?
We don't take hostages. We just take... I mean... There are people on them, but they're not hostages.
Okay. Where are these people?
Mostly they're in the middle one. The other two are just stuff.
Okay, well, I need all the people that are on this train. I need you to release them.
Are you sure? Some of them are dangerous.
I mean, not as dangerous as you guys have been to us. You guys literally
okay.
shot my...
All right. And we're leaving initiative now because you've beaten or subdued everyone on this side of the wall, and Vivi's wall is going to be up for a long time. So
yeah.
But he's going to get up, and he's going to walk over to this exit, and he's going to hit on it a few times, and he's going to sort of pry it open. Since we're not in initiative, he has time to do that. And he's going to climb up inside, and there's like a big lever thing on the wall. That'll open all the doors, but I'm warning you.
Do it.
Okay.
Anise has kind of come over here. Do I need to zap him?
No, don't.
Should I keep the cloud?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so he pulls on a lever, and you can hear a lot of, like, the sound of latching going up all through this train. And then you can hear something sort of stumbling around in it, and you can see one of the cars shaking a little bit to the left and the right, a little down the ways. And I think that's probably a good stoppy point for now, because it is late.
Yeah.
But you stop the combat. And none of the trains left. Which means I don't have to go through all the animation of the trains leaving now.
Through the power of teamwork and violence.
You technically didn't kill anyone. Yet.
Yeah. I was gonna say we're still sticking to that.
At least two people are dying, but
Yeah.
I think we can't just slap them around and cast Healing Word or whatever.
Yeah. Like, I'm operating on the assumption that you're taking the time to do that. Since we're out of initiative order, like, Johnny just zapped the crap out of a dude, but it was immediately next to a cleric who can spare the dying. So we're going to assume that they're honoring that. That guy might bleed out from his missing arm, but you know what? He left, so that's on him.
Yeah, that is on him.
So, you know. You've also got a really confused lady on the other side of an invisible wall with 3 giant creatures.
And Leopold, who has turned back from being a cow but is now in the dark.
Yeah, Leopold, just gonna tell you in the meta, Leopold turned back into a person in the dark, And the train that's next to him started shaking because someone apparently unlocked the things inside of it. So Leopold is about to have nightmares for the rest of his life. And based on how next session goes, it may or may not be long. But he's not a cow anymore. So.
Oh no, what did I unleash?
All the
Something.
way out. It looks like a skull.
Oh my god, it does.
Do what?
A really messed up skull.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
yeah,
map.
it looks like a Legend of Zelda skull. That's not at all intentional, but it's neat. That is not at all intentional, but it's neat.
Did I just unleash like a kaiju or something?
I mean, is it really a kaiju if it fits on a train?
Yes.
Oh, well then maybe.
Oh no.
It's all good. You did it. And you finally got to eyeball somebody.
Yay!
Yeah.
I've only been trying to do that for how many sessions now?
For a while. But you did it.
Alright.
And Richard was helpful.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Richard.
he actually was.
Richard has a whole lot of spells that are designed for fighting mages. He's not quite as well equipped for fighting like people that just have guns. But don't knock magic missile.
True.
And it's just like, ugh, guess I'll need to get a new shirt eventually.
She's just gonna have like a funky patchwork shirt by the end of all this. Ugh.
Or it's an excuse for a costume change.
Like,
I mean,
Bike Wielder
yeah.
sort of like pats you on the shoulder, and she just says, "They'll fix you up. It's fine. You want spikes? Spikes good."
Oh my god, please give Anise spikes.
Just become the biker lady you always knew you were supposed to be. But yeah, that'll be our stoppy point. So thanks for toughing out super long combat game with us, everybody. We'll see where it goes next time. Maybe I'll fix the programming on some of these characters. It's going to be really funny when Vivi loses concentration and the entire world changes.
Oh, jeez.
She's a tough one.
Cute.
Vivi knows what she's doing. Rocking those 5th level spells like a boss.
Yeah.
Turning people into cows. All right. Well, thanks, everybody. Good night, Internet.
Good night, nerds.
Good night.